Hello and welcome to the 2023 UAA Outdoor Conference Championship track meet, hosted this year by the University of Chicago. We're here, it is 11:50 a.m. The first event is scheduled to start in 10 minutes. That's the women's 100-meter hurdles. They'll be running from the right of your screen to the left today due to the wind, and we'll get into that event shortly. We're dealing with some wind and some precipitation here in Chicago, some crazy weather this week, but looking forward to bringing you an action-packed day with lots of fast times heating up the track. So stay tuned, and more details on the women's 100-meter hurdles coming soon. Welcome back to the 2023 UAA Outdoor Conference Championship meet. You may have just heard over the PA system, but the women's 100-meter hurdles, the first heat of the prelims, is 5 minutes away. Running out of lane 1 is Hannah Bodis, a junior from Emory. She was the sixth place finisher in the indoor 60-meter hurdles, as well as competing in the open or the flat 60 and the long jump. Running out of lane 2 is Dasha Jackson, a freshman from NYU. She also ran the 60 hurdles indoor, placing 11th. We've got Lauren Gay running out of lane 3. She's a sophomore from Washington University. Lauren was 5th in the 60 hurdles indoor, as well as placing 2nd in the flat 200. She was All-American in the indoor NCAA meet this past February in the 200, running in that event as well. She is also the defending second place finisher from the UAA outdoor meet in 2022, where she ran the 100-meter hurdles. She also placed second in the 200, first in the 100, and was on a winning 4x1 relay team. So look out for Lauren Gay coming out of lane 3. In lane 4, we've got Grace Misunius, a freshman from Case Western Reserve University. Grace placed 7th in the 60 hurdles indoor and is also a high jumper, where she placed 12th in the indoor meet back in February. Out of lane 5 is Michaela Yost, a sophomore from Emory. Michaela placed 12th in the 60 hurdles indoor, as well as 8th in the long jump, and she is coming in at a seed time of 15.61. Up next in lane 6 is Aaliyah Campbell, a junior from Brandeis University. She is seeded at 1525, excuse me. She was 5th in the 60 hurdles indoor, also placed 11th in the flat 200. In lane 7 is Mia Kilroy, a senior from Case Western Reserve. Mia is seated at 16.93. She competed in the high jump indoor in the indoor conference meet, where she placed 11th. And finally, out of lane 8 is Aniya Monaraj, a freshman from Carnegie Mellon University. Aniya also ran the 60 as well as the triple jump indoors, and is looking to improve on her 14th place finish in the 60 hurdles in that meet. So coming up here in a few minutes will be the first heat of the women's 100-meter hurdles. Again, they'll be running from right to left due to wind, and we'll get to that event shortly. In the meantime, take a look around at Stagg Field. This is the Ted Hayden track at Stagg Field. Been a long time since the UAA conference meet was hosted at this venue. But Chicago is excited, and there's lots of energy from the fans and the alumni showing up this weekend. So looking forward to a great meet this weekend. The athletes are lining up here. Out of lane 1, again, we've got Hannah Bodis. Lane 2 is Dasha Jackson. Lane 3 is Lauren Gay. Lane 4 is Grace Misunius. Lane 5 is Michaela Yost. Lane 6 is Aaliyah Campbell. Lane 7 is Mia Kilroy. And lane 8 is Ananya Monaraj. Coming up here, the first heat of the women's 100-meter hurdles. As a reminder, if you are looking for the numerical results here, the results will be posted as the meet goes on at timingmd.net. So look for the results there. I'll try to call out the ones that I have access to, but look there for the most complete results. And here we go. The athletes are lining up ready for the first heat of the women's 100-meter high hurdles. And they're off. Looking like a good start from Hannah Bodis of Emory down in lane 1. Looks like Lauren Gay from Wash U is closing hard also. And it looks like that's Lauren Gay from Wash U taking that first heat. Lining up next, we've got Heat 2 of the women's 100-meter high hurdles. In this heat, we've got Elizabeth Barr, who's a very accomplished multi-athlete. She won the NCAA indoor pentathlon this past winter, so definitely a multi-threat, entered in lots of events today. She's coming in seated at 14:51 for the high hurdles. But coming out of lane 1 in this heat, we've got Emily Hopkins. She's a junior at Case Western Reserve University. Lane 2 is Sarah Ozeki. She's a sophomore at Case Western. Lane 3 is Elizabeth Barr, who I mentioned, a senior at Carnegie Mellon University. Lane 4 is Ren Brown, a sophomore out of UChicago. Lane 5 is Karis Reby, a junior at Wash U University. Lane 6 is Amaya Martin, a junior at Emory University. And rounding out this heat is Rebecca Stewart, a junior from UChicago. Again, the big one to watch in this heat is Elizabeth Barr, the senior from Carnegie, coming out of lane 3. But also keep your eyes on Ren Brown. She won the 60 hurdles indoor, as well as being on the UAA winning DMR and the second place finishing 4x4. So this should be a good battle between Elizabeth Barr from Carnegie in lane 3 and Ren Brown in lane 4. But again, we've got Emily Hopkins from Case in lane 1, Sarah Ozeki from Case also and she's in 2, Elizabeth Barr is in 3, Ren Brown in 4, Charis Reby in 5, Amaya Martin in 6, and Rebecca Stewart in 7. Seems like there's a slight delay here, so hold on, and I'll let you know when the starter is given the green light to proceed. And there's the green light. So this should be Heat 2 of the women's 100-meter high hurdles. Again, we've got Emily Hopkins, a junior from Case Western in 1, and then Sarah Ozeki in 2, Elizabeth Barr in 3, Ren Brown in 4, Charis Reby in 5, Amaya Martin in 6, and Rebecca Stewart in 7. Keep your eyes on lanes 3 and 4 in this heat. And they're off. Looks like Charis Reby got a good start, but Elizabeth Barr is already pulling away. Ren Brown right at her heels. Elizabeth Barr closing hard, but Ren is right on her shoulder. Should be an easy qualification for both of them. Looks like the heat goes to Elizabeth Barr with Ren Brown right behind. Just so you know, in terms of qualifications, the top finisher in each heat will automatically advance to the finals, and then the next 6 best times will advance as well. And if you're looking for live results from that event or any event coming up today, make sure to go to timingmd.net. The results should be posted there shortly. If you're having trouble finding the exact link, you could go to athletics.uchicago.edu, and you can find the page for the 2023 UAA Outdoor Championships, and there's a link to the live results there. Coming up here in a few minutes will be the men's 110-meter high hurdles. We've got 2 heats of this prelim as well. Same qualifying structure as the last event, the women's 100-meter hurdles. It's the top finisher in each heat plus the next 6 times. We've got 2 heats, 4 athletes in the first heat and 5 in the second. In the first heat, coming out of lane 3 is Miles Gardner. Miles is a junior from UChicago, coming in seated at 15:39, which is his PR. He finished 6th in the UAA in the 60 hurdle indoors, and is looking to mirror or improve on that result today. We've got Bryce Hodge in lane 4. He's a freshman at Case Western Reserve University. Bryce is seated at 15:19. He finished 4th in the 60 hurdles indoors. In lane 5 is Thomas Rich, a junior from Carnegie Mellon University. Thomas is coming in seated at 15:12. He finished 3rd in the 60 hurdles indoor, as well as being on the 4th place 4x4 and placing 4th in the long jump and 8th in the high jump. So Thomas is a multi-threat for sure as well. And then rounding out this first heat in lane 6 is Peculiar Nesbuna, a senior at Case Western Reserve University. He's coming in seated at 15.65. And Peculiar placed 8th in the 60 hurdles indoor. You may notice from looking at the entries today that there are 4 athletes from the University of Chicago, 2 from Case Western and 2 from Brandeis, going into a final where there are 8 scoring positions. UChicago is looking to qualify all 4 of their athletes for the finals in this event to make sure they are guaranteed those 4-point scoring spots here. So watch out for them to try to get everyone into the finals in this one to get this opportunity to pull ahead early. Just so you are aware as you're watching, this meet will stay on the time schedule that is published online. So the 110 hurdles are scheduled to start at 12:15. Those will be followed by the 400 trials for the women at 12:30. 12:45 will be the 400 trials for the men. Women's 100-meter trials will be at 1 p.m. This is all Central Time, by the way. At 1:15, the men's 100-meter trials will take place, then followed at 1:30 by the women's 800-meter trials. Then at 1:45 will be the men's 800-meter trials. Those will be followed at 2 o'clock by the 400-meter hurdle trials for the women, and then at 2:15 will be the 400-meter hurdle trials for the men. Those will be followed by 200 trials, then the 3K steeplechase, and the 4x8, wrapping up around likely around 3:50 p.m. Central Time. Then we will take a break until 7 p.m. when the women's 10K will go off. That will be followed at 7:50 p.m. Central Time by the men's 10K final. You can find that schedule and other information about the meet, including live results, at athletics.uchicago.edu. So once again, starting here in a few minutes, will be the first heat of the men's 110-meter hurdle trials. We've got 2 heats today. The top finisher in each heat plus the next 6 fastest times will advance to the final. The meet record in this event was set by Chris Nels in 2003 with a time of 14.41, and the facility record for Hayden Track and Field here at the University of Chicago was set back in 1962 with a time of 13:74 by Jerry Tarr. So in lane 3 here, we've got Miles Gardner. He's a junior from UChicago, seated in at 15:39. Next to him in lane 4 is Bryce Hodge, a freshman from Case Western Reserve University. Bryce is seated at 15:19. In lane 5 is Thomas Rich, a junior from Carnegie Mellon University. He's seated at 15:12. And then rounding out the first heat is Peculiar Nzbuna, a senior from Case Western Reserve University. Peculiar is seated at 15:65. So the sun's coming out here for this event, which will just get underway in just a minute. The athletes are taking off their sweats and getting ready to go into the blocks. And the starter's been given the green light here, so we're getting ready to go. We've got Miles Gardner from UChicago in lane 3, Bryce Hodge from Case Western in lane 4, Thomas Rich from Carnegie Mellon in lane 5, and Peculiar Nzbuna in lane 6 from Case Western Reserve University. Fastest time coming into this heat is Thomas Rich in lane 5, so keep an eye on him to try to get that that big Q and automatically qualify for the 110 hurdle finals, which will be tomorrow. And they're off. Looks like Rich got a good start, but Miles Gardner taking the lead after he hits a few hurdles. It's very close, neck and neck. It's tough to tell from this angle, but it looks like the Case athletes are going to take the automatic qualifier in this heat. I couldn't tell if it was Bryce Hodge in lane 4 or Peculiar Nesbuna in lane 6, but one of those athletes automatically going through the final. Coming up now is the second heat of the men's 110-meter hurdles. We've got Andrew Ray, a sophomore from University of Chicago, in lane 2. We've got TJ Shosted, a freshman from Brandeis, in lane 3. Vikram Shashardri, a freshman from UChicago, in lane 4. Renato De Angelis, a junior from UChicago, in lane 5. And Dionysius Morris Evans, a senior from Brandeis, in lane 6. In this heat, keep your eyes on Renato De Angelis and Andrew Ray, the two UChicago athletes who are in lanes 2 and 5. Andrew Ray is coming in with the fastest seed time here with a 14:81. He's the fastest athlete entered in the 110-meter hurdles this year, and he finished second in the 60 indoor. So he's looking to add a UAA championship in the hurdles this outdoor meet. Like I mentioned earlier, there's 4 University of Chicago athletes of the 9 entered in this event, and they're trying to get all 4 of their athletes through to the finals, which will be tomorrow. In those finals, if UChicago can get all 4 of their athletes in there, that'll be a great scoring opportunity to get some points on the board, where lots of teams decided not to run their athletes here in the 110. But they're stepping up to the blocks now. Again, we've got Andrew Ray in lane 1. TJ Shosted Andrew Ray is in lane 2. TJ Shosted is in lane 3. Vikram Shashadri is in lane 4. Renato Angelis in 5. And Dionysius Morris Evans in lane 6. This is the men's 110 hurdle trials. Again, top time automatically qualifies. And the next 6 fastest times across both heats will qualify for finals. And they're off. Looks like Andrew Ray and Vikram Shashadri got a good start. Andrew Ray up there in lane 2, pulling ahead. Though it looks like Dionysius Morris Evans is giving chase from the far outside. And it looks like Andrew Ray is going to take this heat, followed by Dionysius Morris Evans, Renato De Angelis, and Vikram Shashadri. Welcome back. We're still at the 2023 UAA Conference Championship meet. I'm joined now with Henry Myers. Henry is a graduate from the University of Chicago in the class of 2022, competed as a track and field and cross-country athlete. Currently, he is getting his graduate degree at Villanova University, where he is also continuing his running career. Henry, how's it going?
It's pretty good. I'm excited to be here. UAA conference meet was always one of my favorite meets of the year, so excited to be able to watch it without the stress of racing this year.
Yeah, what's it like to be at a conference championship? Like, what makes it so different from just the rest of the meets in the year?
I mean, I think just the championship mentality of, being able to just race for the win, and that's the only important thing, really changes a lot of races, especially on the distance side. You're able to just relax during the early portion of the race and then get competitive at the end.
So lots of focusing on winning instead of qualifying for those big postseason meets.
Exactly, yeah. The rest of the season, you're constantly focused on trying to get those times for nationals, especially most of the people here at conference are going to be at the level where they're striving to make the national meet. So the rest of the season, they're just running for time every race. But here, they just get to focus on competing.
And what's it like to be able to compete more in like a team environment where a lot of those early meets are competing for your own individual qualification? What's it like to be in that environment where you're cheering on your teammates for that team title here?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. The early season meets, it doesn't really matter that much like how your teammates are doing besides just, individual results. But at this meet, every point scored is adding up to that team total, and you're working together to try to, win the team championship. So it's really important to get around the meet and support your teammates, and everyone's out here supporting as opposed to a different meet. You would have a lot less excitement on the track.
Yeah, no, and I think one of my favorite parts from competing at the UAA was really getting to get into those field events and cheering on those athletes who are usually competing in a different part of the track than I was usually competing in. So definitely keep your eye on the field results as they're coming through. Again, the results are on timingmd.net. You can find those results by going to athletics.uchicago.edu, clicking on the 2023 UAA Outdoor Championships link on the track and field page, and there should be a live results thing there. But this would be a good time to talk about some of the team battles we have coming up this weekend. On the women's side, Wash U is coming in ranked as the third ranked team in the country, followed closely by the University of Chicago. Those teams have been battling it out on the conference and the national level for the past few years, in every season in cross-country and indoor and in outdoor. Who are some big players you're looking for, Henry, to come in for either of those teams?
I mean, you have to look at Emma Kelly on the Wash U side in the mid-D events. She's been a powerhouse for years now, and she's probably looking to score 15 to 20 points for her team.
Yeah, definitely. Emma Kelly just ran a few weeks ago. She ran the number 6 all-time result in the 800 for D3. She ran 206.71. Definitely looking to build off of the momentum of that, Emma Kelly, this weekend for sure. And then I think on the UChicago side, one of the athletes I'm focusing on is Maddie Kelly, who is of no relation to Emma Kelly. I'll just put that out there now. I'm sure we'll be talking about both of them a lot the rest of the weekend. But Maddie, I was placed high in the 3K at Indoor Nationals, and will work to, across several events this weekend, just get as many points for her team as possible.
And then you can't forget about the trio of distance runners on the UChicago team who have been rewriting the record books this season. Anna Koenig-Zeisler, KT, and Frances Scheffler. Yeah,
that's right. All three of them have been crushing it this year. They placed 3rd, 5th, and 8th in the indoor 5K at the national meet last year.
Yep.
Or I guess not last year, this past season. So looking for them. I believe all three of them are in the women's 10K later this evening, so we'll get to see them work together again. That's certainly a winning combination right there. And then looking on to the men's side, looks like coming into this meet, Carnegie Mellon is ranked the top team, followed closely by Wash U and Emory University shortly behind. WashU has won this meet for every time in living memory, as far as I can recall, at least. So Carnegie will look to see if they can end that reign this weekend. Emory also has had a really strong team in the last few years, so they'll look to disrupt as well. So the next event coming up on the track here will be the women's 400-meter dash trials. The meet record in this event was set by Ariana Newhouse in 2016 at a time of 55.71. The facility record here was set back in 1972 by May Oper West with a time of 55.44. In this event, we've got Sophie Fox, a senior from Washington University in lane 1. Then Izzy Lane, a senior from UChicago in lane 2. Paige Murdoch is in lane 3. She's a sophomore from Emory University. We got Israel Connerly, a senior from NYU in lane 4. Lola Kindelli, a freshman from NYU in lane 5. Followed by in lane 6, Danielle Sarno, a senior from Case Western Reserve University. In lane 7 is Isabella Rhee, a junior from Carnegie Mellon University. And following out in this heat will be Camilla Sanusi, a senior from NYU. The qualification for the finals in this event will be that the top finisher in each heat will automatically advance to finals, and then the next 6 fastest times will also qualify. Couple people to focus on in this heat. We've got Sophie Fox, the senior from WashU. She's in lane 1. She comes in seated at 57.91. She was third in the indoor UAA meet in the 800 meters. She also was on the winning 4x400 meters for Washington University. She was All-American indoors on WashU's 4x4 as well, placing third. So watch out for her to secure her spot in the final here. Also looks like we've got Isabel Rhee coming out of lane 7. She's a junior from Carnegie Mellon University. Isabel is seated at 58.68. She was finished 7th in the indoor meet, but will look to improve upon that result, and even the 5th place finish she got in the 400 back in 2022. Looks like the athletes are lining up here. Again, this is Heat 1 for the women's 400-meter dash. The top finisher in each heat qualifies for the finals tomorrow, along with the next 6 fastest times. Henry, if you're running a 400, I know that's a little shorter for you, but what have you heard is good 400-meter strategy? What should the athletes try to do in this race?
Well, I know you want to get out the first 100 pretty much as fast as you can, just to get the legs rolling, and then you want to just try to have a relaxed and fast 200 in the middle, and then just give everything you have the last home stretch. Usually athletes will be tying up in that last 100 meters in this event.
Yeah, definitely important to save a little bit of energy for that. And it looks like they're off. We've got Sophie Fox in lane 1, Izzy Lane in lane 2, Paige Murdoch in lane 3, Israel Connerly in lane 4, Lola Akindelli in lane 5, Danielle Sarno in lane 6, Isabella Rhee in 7, and Camelia Sanusi in lane 8. Looks like right now Paige Murdoch is making up some ground on the stagger already. Paige Murdoch is a sophomore from Emory. Also looks like Izzy Lane, the senior from UChicago, is racing well. And here comes Sophie Fox in lane 1, making up the stagger, looking up to coast in and stay relaxed in this final straight.
Yeah, it looks like Sophie Fox will take it here.
Izzy Lane is hanging on for second, but it's going to be Sophie Fox from Washington University, the senior, coming in to take first heat of the women's 400-meter trials. Close race from all athletes there, but Sophie Fox, again, WashU, is the winner of that heat. coming up in the next heat, we've got Olivia Zarzicki, a junior from Brandeis in lane 2. We've got Dashiel Tao Harris in lane 3 from Emory. She's a sophomore. We've got Elizabeth Korn in lane 4, a junior from Brandeis. In lane 5 is Sammy Glass, a sophomore from Emory. In lane 6 is Mina Leopold, a sophomore from Emory as well. 7 is Emma Kelly, who we mentioned a little bit earlier, a junior from Washington University. And in lane 8 is Melanie Taylor, a freshman from Case Western Reserve University. So Emma Kelly is in running in the 400 meters, which is certainly one of her stronger events, but she's passing up on the 800 meter this weekend. Henry, why do you think that is? What's going through her mind as she's picking the events for this weekend, her and her coaching staff?
I'm not sure. I would think that maybe skipping the 800 will allow her to compete in more of the shorter sprints and accumulate more points overall, even if the 800 might be her best event.
Yeah, and in the relays as well, I think it'll give her an opportunity to really compete in those. Emma Kelly was the UAA championship winner indoors. She ran 56.27. She was also on the winning 4x400 meter relay. At the indoor championship meet, Emma Kelly ran 206.62 to place first in the 800 and was also All-American in the 4x4, placing third.
And it looks like Emma Kelly's seed time is about 3 seconds faster than anyone else in this race, so she will be looking to get through this as relaxed as possible.
So again, we've got Olivia Zarzicki in lane 2, Dashiel Tao Harris in lane 3, Elizabeth Korn in lane 4, Sammy Glass in lane 5, Mina Leopold in lane 6, Emma Kelly is in lane 7, and Melanie Taylor is in lane 8.
So, Mark, how does the qualification work again for this event?
So the top finisher in each heat will automatically qualify for finals along with the next 6 fastest finishers.
Okay, so those battles behind the top first runner, and they're off.
Yeah, definitely those. If you're someone who's not named Emma Kelly in this heat, you're probably looking to finish in the top 2 or 3 in this event. I think you probably want to let Emma Kelly go there. As you can already see, she's made up the stagger and got about a 15-meter lead on the backstretch, pulling away from the rest of the field. But those Emory athletes are packing up, trying to get those time qualifier spots here. And it looks like they've got a good group moving forward there.
Yeah, these races behind Emma Kelly are just as important for the team battle.
And they're coming into the home stretch now. Looks like Emma Kelly is taking this one. And then in lane 3, lane 4 is Elizabeth Korn. Or no. Sorry. Sammy Glass from Emory is going to be second in this heat.
And Dashiel Tao Harris also running well out of lane 3.
That's right. Good eye there, Henry. So that was the second heat of the women's 400-meter dash. Again, the top finisher will qualify automatically for finals. That was Emma Kelly in this heat. And then the next 6 fastest will also qualify. So as we're waiting here, we've got another 10 minutes or so until the men's 400-meter hurdle trials. Since I have the opportunity of speaking with Henry Myers this afternoon, thought I'd take the time to ask him how his running season is going. Like I mentioned a little earlier, he is a graduate student at the University of Villanova. And Henry, how's your season going?
It's been going pretty well so far. I'm a few seconds off my PRs in the races that I've run this season, but I think it's just taking some time to adjust to the new training at Villanova.
Yeah. What events are you running? Are you doing?
I'm focusing on 5K and 1500
Nice.
This season. and I'll be running on Thursday at the Penn Relays, which I'm very excited for in the 5K.
Yeah, that's really exciting. How would you say like the competition between D3 versus D1, like how has that changed your mindset, like going into a lot of these different types of races?
I mean, it's a good question. One thing to point out is that a lot of these athletes that are running in the conference meet and performing well, they might find it hard to get good competition locally in Division III. So they would be running from the front in a lot of races. Whereas, and that was true for me last year, I would have to just take the pace myself, or it'd be me and a few other athletes in a lot of races. But now that I've gone to Division I, I'm in the pack most of the race. And it's, it's scary, but at the same time, it's why I went to Division I. It's exciting.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. It's really cool to see you out there continuing to chase those goals and extend that career a little bit. So this weekend we're going to have the opportunity to speak to several alumni of the University of Chicago track and field team here on this broadcast. Henry is one of them. We've also, a little bit later on tonight, we're hopefully going to get Ryan Cutter, who is class of 2021 from UChicago, who's also at Villanova. So it's going to be good to hear from him. And then another alumni who has gone on to pursue the D1 dream is Sam Craig, who is a PhD in math at the University of Wisconsin and is also running on their cross-country and track teams there. So it's always inspiring to me to see the alumni continuing to pursue their academic and athletic goals after they graduate from UChicago.
And there are a lot of athletes in this meet as well that probably have D1 talent that are running at a D1 level, and they're here competing for their team at Division III because the Division III culture is that good, and they love their school and this conference that much.
Yeah, and definitely good to the D3 level, at least for me, was a really good balance of really taking my athletics seriously, but also being able to focus on school and getting those grades in and performing in the classroom as well. So
exactly,
definitely in the UAA conference, there's lots of high-powered schools as well as high-powered track programs. So definitely some academic weapons out here this weekend. Looks like we're getting a little bit of rain here at the Stag Field and the Ted Hayden track here, but that won't stop our athletes from running fast. And I know that because I'm looking at the live results right now. It looks like there's still some technical difficulties for the women's 100-meter hurdle prelims, but we have results for the men's 110 and also the women's 400-meter dash. So I'll go through those right now. The top seed in the men's 110 hurdles was Andrew Ray, coming in at a seed time of 15.40. And in addition, after Andrew Ray, we've got Peculiar Nazbuna, Bryce Hodge, Renato De Angelis, Dionysius Morris Evans, Vikram Shashadri, Thomas Rich, and Miles Gardner qualifying for finals. And it looks like if you go down to the Sunday session, you can find the results for the women's 100-meter hurdles. They're populated under the finals right now. So looks like qualifying for finals in the women's 100-meter hurdles is Grace Misiunas, Aaliyah Campbell, Ren Brown, Elizabeth Barr, Lauren Gay, Hannah Bodis, Amaya Martin, and Rebecca Stewart. Again, that's Grace Misiunas, the freshman from Case Western, Aaliyah Campbell, a junior from Brandeis, Ren Brown, a sophomore from the University of Chicago, Elizabeth Barr, the senior from Carnegie Mellon, Lauren Gay, the sophomore from Wash U, Hannah Bodis, a junior from Emory, Amaya Martin, also a junior from Emory, and rounding out the final for the women's 100-meter hurdle tomorrow is Rebecca Stewart.
And what do you think these athletes' mindsets are on these qualification events? Because it's very important to make the final and get through, and it won't be easy, but at the same time, you're trying to conserve energy.
Yeah, it's especially for some of these shorter distance athletes who are running several events this weekend. It's definitely important to make sure you're qualifying for finals for all of your events. Obviously, that's where the points are, so need to make sure you're getting there. But at the same time, there's definitely a balancing act in making sure that you have saved some energy for your final event as well. So it's definitely interesting to see some of the athletes coming out here and crushing their prelims. Maybe they are conserving energy, I don't know. But definitely no points awarded in the prelims today. So interesting to see some folks just holding back and getting into those finals where they're going to give it their all tomorrow.
Yeah.
And just getting back to those results, you can find these again at timingmd.net, but qualifying for the finals in the women's 400-meter dash was Emma Kelly, Sophie Fox. Both of those athletes won their heat. Emma Kelly is a junior from WashU, and Sophie Fox is a senior from WashU. Then we've got Dashiell Tao-Harris, a sophomore from Emory, Mina Leopold, also a sophomore from Emory, and rounding out the sophomores from Emory is Paige Murdoch. All three of those Emory athletes qualifying for the women's 400 final tomorrow. Sixth place in the final is Elizabeth Korn, a junior from Brandeis. Daniel Sarno also qualified for finals, and rounding out the final for tomorrow is Izzy Lane, the senior from UChicago. Henry, who do we have in this upcoming heat of the men's 400-meter trials?
So next on the track, heat 1 of the men's 400, we've got Manny Brito from NYU, a freshman. We've got DeWitt Dean, a junior from Emory. Joff Point de Jour, a sophomore from Emory. Leo Chiappa, a freshman out of Brandeis. Ryan Gethuku, a sophomore out of Washington University. Bryce Worcester, a freshman from Emory. Will Delmer, a senior from Case Western. And Tristan Moore, a sophomore out of Emory.
And Henry, I'm really keeping my eye on DeWitt Dean in this heat. DeWitt is a junior from Emory. He's coming in seated at 48.94, and his PR is 48.67. He is the indoor championship for the UAA in the 400 as well as the 4x4. And last year in the outdoor championship, he placed second in the 400, first in the 4x4, and second in the 4x8. So I'm definitely looking for him to do something special this weekend, though, again, I would be surprised if he is doing something so special in these prelims. I think he's going to definitely be looking to conserve some energy today and save some more for relays today and then finals tomorrow.
And once again, that's DeWitt Dean out of lane 2, the PR this season of 48.94.
And just to reiterate again, the qualification structure for the men's 400, again, it's the top finisher in each heat will automatically qualify for the finals tomorrow, as well as the next 6 fastest times. And it looks like the UAA record in this event is a 47.19, run in 2019 by Liam Frost. The facility record going all the way back to 1936 for Hayden Track is 46.34 from Archie Williams.
That's fast.
That is fast. It looks like the athletes are getting into their blocks here. So again, this is the first heat of the men's 400-meter trials. And they're off. Looks like, again, we've got Manny Brito in lane 1, DeWitt Dean in 2, Joff Point de Jour in lane 3, Leo Chiappa in 4, Ryan Gethuku in 5, Bryce Worcester in 6, Will Delmer in 7, and Tristan Moore in 8.
And Joff Point de Jour is out hot here in lane 3. He has made up the stagger.
Looks like all 4 Emory athletes in this heat are looking to make it a clean sweep. All of them are striding hard here in the second 200 meters, looking to get as close to that automatic qualifier as they can. And definitely looks like DeWitt Dean here is pulling away going after that automatic qualifier.
And we've got 2 Emory runners and a WashU runner in a dead heat here down the straightaway.
DeWitt Dean get a little glance over his shoulder there as he coasts through in that automatic qualifying spot, followed by a very close from my angle, at least, Emory and WashU athletes.
All right, so now we have Heat 2 of the men's 400-meter trials. Out of lane 1, we have Young Wong, a senior from Brandeis. In lane 2, Alex Jetto, a junior from WashU. Out of lane 3, Austin Welts, a junior from Carnegie Mellon. Lane 4, Austin Kabanban, a freshman at NYU. Lane 5, Nicholas Lende, a sophomore out of Case Western. Lane 6, Isaac Dienstag, a sophomore out of University of Chicago. Lane 7, Michael Hahn, a junior out of University of Chicago. And lane 8, Jackson Cox, a senior out of WashU.
Yeah, in this heat, I'm definitely keeping my eye on Jackson Cox and Alex DeGetto, both from WashU. Jackson Cox hasn't run a 400 yet this outdoor season, but he has got some serious legs, especially in the 800. He finished 8th in the UAA indoors, and last year in the outdoor meet, he finished 4th, as well as being on the winning 4x8 relay that year. And then Alex DeGetto coming in seated at a 49.28, but has the fastest PR in the field with a 48.35. He placed 6th in the 400 indoors, but was on WashU's 7th place 4x4 at the 2022 Outdoor NCAA Championships. So I'll be looking for both of those athletes to show up in this heat.
So that'll be Alex Jetto in lane 2 and Jackson Cox on the outside coming in without a seed time, but a very fast PR.
Yeah, I'll also be keeping my eye on a couple friends I have on the UChicago team, Michael Hahn and Isaac Dienstag. Michael Hahn has always got the smoothest form, and it's very cool to see him just power through the home stretch while a lot of other athletes are tying up. And Isaac Dienstag's got that dog in him, so we'll definitely be keeping our eye on those folks as well. So, again, this is Heat 2 of the men's 400-meter hurdle trials. We've got who do we have in this heat, Henry?
We have, out of lane 1, Young Wong from Brandeis. We have Alex Jetto from WashU, Austin Welts from Carnegie Mellon, Austin Kabanban from NYU, Nicholas Lende from Case Western. We got 2 UChicago athletes. We have Isaac Dienstag, who's got that dog in him. And we have Michael Hahn, who really uses the arms last 100. Watch out for that. And then in the outside, the fastest athlete in this field, Jackson Cox out of WashU. Correction there. Alex Jetto might have the fastest PR in this field, but Jackson Cox, also a nationals caliber level athlete.
Yeah, he was on the 6th place DMR from WashU this indoor season. So both of those athletes definitely looking to punch their ticket to the finals here. And lights out and away we go there in the second heat of the 400-meter trials. It's like Michael Hahn from UChicago's got a fast start out there in lane 7.
Michael Hahn has made up the stagger on Jackson Cox here. Alex Jetto also running well in lane 2 from WashU.
He's got that red long sleeve on, hard to miss him. He's making up the stagger there, moving down the second 200.
And this is about where in the race the lactic will start to hit, so can they maintain form and can they finish well down the home straight?
Looks like Alex Jetto's coming in off the home street in first. Though Michael Hahn's giving chase from on the outside. Lots of athletes tying up here. Jackson Cox trying to chase Michael Hahn, but Michael Hahn's going to catch Alex Jetto, I think.
Michael Hahn with a strong finish.
Yeah, Michael Hahn takes that heat over Alex Jetto and Jackson Cox. Great race there. Again, Michael Hahn just got his automatic qualifier to the finals of the 400 tomorrow, and the rest of the athletes will have to qualify on time. So we'll keep you posted as those results populate, but you can find those again at timingmd.net and also at athletics.uchicago.edu. If you go to that website, find the track and field page and click on the 2023 UAA Conference Championship meet, you should be able to find a link to those live results. All right, so the results for the 400-meter prelims for the men are up on timingmd.net. And first, qualifying with the fastest time was DeWitt Dean, the junior from Emory. The other automatic qualifier is Michael Hahn, junior from University of Chicago. They ran 48.49 and 49.99 respectively. I think that might be, I don't want to say for sure. Definitely a season best for Michael Hahn. They're going sub 50. So
Great run from Michael
Great
Hahn.
to see that result. The rest of the finalists are Alex Jetto, the junior from WashU, Jackson Cox, senior from WashU, Bryce Worcester, a freshman from Emory, Ryan Gathuku, a sophomore from Washington University, Austin Welts, a junior from Carnegie Mellon, and rounding out the field tomorrow will be Tristan Moore, a sophomore from Emory. All of those athletes will look to score some points for their team in that event, and definitely still keeping an eye on DeWitt Dean to see if he does something special after running probably a bunch of relays and more events the rest of the weekend. But congrats again to Michael Hahn on a great prelim there. Also looks like we've got our first final of the day has been scored and posted. It's the men's shot put. Coming in first place from the University of Chicago is freshman Simon Dixon with a throw of 16.02 meters. So scoring 10 points to Simon Dixon, a freshman from U Chicago. And second is Bailey O'Malley, a senior from Carnegie Mellon. Third is Samuel Alligood, a freshman from Carnegie. Fourth is Andrew McGowan, a sophomore from the University of Chicago. Fifth was Seifelden Eccleshab. No, I'm sorry. Seifelden Ekelhashab, a junior from Wash U. Sixth is Ben Vandervest, a senior from U Chicago. Seventh was Cam Pierce, a sophomore from Brandeis. And eighth was Michael Tiffin, a senior from Emory. So congrats to all of the athletes in the shot put. I guess we'll give you an early update on the team score. U Chicago with 3 athletes scoring in that event is currently in first with 18 points. Carnegie Mellon is in second with 14, followed by Wash U with 4, Brandeis with 2, and Emory with 1. So we'll keep you updated on those team scores throughout the day, but you can find those all on the live results page.
And that's a great performance there from Simon Dixon, coming in as a freshman to win the conference championship.
Yeah, he's been on a tear this year.
It looks like he was the indoor champion as well, so look out for Simon Dixon here in the next 4 years of UAA track and field.
Yeah, it looks like he's got starting his reign pretty early as Simon Dixon, so congrats to him. Lots of great things to come from him both this season and the rest of his collegiate career. But coming up next is the women's 100-meter dash. Again, they'll be running from right to left due to the wind. In Heat 1, we've got Ayanna Gilbert in Lane 1. She's a junior from Brandeis University. In Lane 2 is Devin Hiltunen, a senior from Brandeis. Lane 3 is Ella Lavelle. She's a senior from Emory. In Lane 4, rather, is Jasmine Wright, a freshman from Washington University. Lane 5 is Samantha Giordani, a senior from Carnegie Mellon. Lane 6 is Micah Clay, a senior from Washington University. And rounding out Heat 1 is the number 1 seed in the UAA in the women's 100, Gabri Menchino. She's a junior from the University of Chicago, coming in with a season's best time of 12.02. So look out for her out here on the outside to lay down some fast times despite this rain that's starting to come down once again.
Yeah, this is interesting weather. I think it's actually hailing right now.
Yeah, you're right.
Especially in these sprint events, these athletes would probably prefer the temperature to be more like 80. So that we are 40 degrees off that right now, so they're going to have to be dealing with that throughout the weekend.
Yeah, luckily it's the same thing affecting all athletes, but definitely praying for healthy hamstrings and no tears or pulls in these cold conditions for the sprinting events. So very important for these athletes to stay loose and stay warm and keep their sweats on as long as possible.
Exactly.
So though Gabri Menchino is coming in with the fastest seed time to this meet, the winner of this event indoors is an athlete that we'll see in Lane 2, or not Lane 2, Heat 2, Audrey Johnson. Audrey Johnson won the 60 indoors. So Gabri Menchino is definitely looking to qualify for finals to set up that battle and see if she can take that short sprint crown from Audrey this year. But as the athletes are lining up here, again, I'll run through the names once again. In Lane 1 is Ayanna Gilbert. She's a junior from Brandeis University, coming in with a seed time of 13.30. Lane 2 is Devin Hiltunen, a senior from Brandeis. She's seated at 12.98. Ella Lavelle is in Lane 3. She's a senior at Emory University with a seed time of 12.39. Jasmine Wright, a freshman from Washington University's season best in seed time is 12.21. Then we've got Samantha Giordani in Lane 5, senior from Carnegie Mellon. Seed time is 12.42. Micah Clay is in Lane 6, senior from Washington University, running 12.26. And then again, the number 1 seed in the UAA and in this meet is Gabri Menchino, a junior from University of Chicago, with a 12.02. So we'll see what happens here. Don't want to give it the commentator's jinx talking about tight muscles, but hopefully these athletes can give it their best and get into those finals tomorrow. Also looks like the hail stopped here, which is a good sign. Definitely, it's still cold, but glad the precipitation has abated once again.
Yeah, that's big. Last year, this meet was held in Washington University where it was around 70 degrees.
Yeah,
so
it was warm.
This is a huge change in weather from last year to this year.
Yeah, it's even a change in the weather that in Chicago recently. We had some 80-degree days in the last few weeks, but not fortunate enough to get it this weekend. Athletes are having to brave the elements here for their team at the UAA Conference Championship. So coming up next is the first heat of the women's 100-meter dash trials. We've got Ayana Gilbert in lane 1, Devin Hiltunen in lane 2, Ella Lavelle in lane 3, Jasmine Wright in lane 4, Samantha Giordani in lane 5, Micah Clay in lane 6, and rounding up the field in lane 7 is Gabri Machino. And away they go. Looks like Ella Lavelle had a good start, but Gabri Machino on the outside is taking it to her. Looks like tough to see from here, but it looks like Gabri Machino is going to take that heat and get that automatic qualifier. Same qualifying structure as the rest of the events. The top finisher in each heat will automatically qualify, along with the next 6 fastest times.
So a strong run there from Gabri Machino as she looks to outdo Audrey Johnson, who's the defending champion. And Audrey Johnson is actually in this next heat. She's in lane 1, a sophomore out of Emory. That's Audrey Johnson. Comes in with a seed time of 12.07. In lane 2, we have Nicole Stewart, a sophomore out of Wash U. The seed time of 12.07 as well. In lane 3, we have Mara Diano, a sophomore out of Emory. Seed time of 12.35. In lane 4, Kaya Benetti, a sophomore out of Emory. 12.32 is her seed time. In lane 5, we have Haley Crane, a junior at Brandeis. A seed time of 13.67 for Haley. And then in lane 6, we have Maddie Lyons, a freshman out of UChicago, with a seed time of 12.48. And then in lane 7, Summer Reed, a sophomore of NYU, a seed time of 12.49.
Yeah, it'll be interesting in this heat. I think I'm watching most closely Audrey Johnson and Nicole Stewart, who, as you mentioned, both come in seated at 12.07. A little bit of T-first sleuthing, however, revealed that Nicole Stewart's 12.07 had a 3.7 meter per second tailwind. So we'll see how much that tailwind was helping her to get up to that time right here in a few minutes. So we'll see Nicole Stewart and Audrey Johnson. Nicole Stewart's from Wash U, Audrey Johnson from Emory. They're coming out in lanes 1 and 2 of this prelim. So we'll see how much the wind plays a factor today, but at least we'll know it's the same amount of wind for every athlete.
And Audrey Johnson, again, the 60-meter dash champion during indoor conference. So she's looking to defend her short sprint title here. Although this is the prelim, just to reiterate.
Yes. Not so much on the line, except for maybe my interest in how much those wind-aided times from that one Wash U meet are coming into play here. But this is the second heat of the women's 100-meter dash trials. The top finisher will qualify for finals tomorrow, and the next 6 fastest times from both heats will also qualify. And they're off. Looks like Maddie Lyons got a good start from UChicago, but it is Audrey Johnson, I think, on the inside, who's going to take this heat. I think Audrey Johnson did edge out Nicole Stewart there, so maybe the equal wind was playing in Audrey Johnson's favor for that heat. But great run from all athletes. We'll get you those live results as soon as they are populated. just wanted to give you a little weather update. It looks like we've got some sort of winter mix with some snow in there coming down now. So, yeah, it's definitely testing the athletes in a lot of ways, more so than just how fast they can run. It's also how well they can stay focused in these conditions and stay loose and warm up well. So, lots on the line here, but lots to work to do for these athletes to make sure they're in the best position to score for their team.
Yeah, just speaking from my experience as a former competitor in this meet, I would already be pretty nervous to race in the best of conditions. So as soon as there's that extra factor of different conditions than you're used to, it makes it even harder to maintain those nerves and compete at your best.
Definitely. Well, I can confirm that it is April 22nd, but we've got a snowstorm going on out there right now. It is all of the precipitation today. We've got hail, we've got sleet, we've got snow, and rain a little bit earlier. So, like we were talking about, lots of conditions to contend with. But coming up here in a minute is the trials of the men's 100-meter dash. This event will have 3 heats, unlike all of the other prelims so far today. The qualifying structure is then the top time in each heat plus the next 5 fastest times from all of the heats combined. Coming up in lane 1, in heat 1 is Juan Perez, a senior from Case Western Reserve. He's seated at a 10.85. Lane 2 is Harry Mills, a senior from Washington University, seated at 11.05. Lane 3 is Danny Krigman, a freshman from Brandeis. He's seated at 11.31. In lane 4 is Brett Callow, a sophomore from Case Western Reserve. He is seated at 10.89. Zion Glover from NYU is in lane 5. He's seated at 11.02. Miles Xavier, a sophomore from UChicago, has yet to run 100 this year, but has run some quick ones in the past, and we'll talk about those in a second. And in lane 7 is Vern Guerin, a senior from Carnegie Mellon University, seated at 11.33. So Miles Xavier, like we mentioned, is a sophomore from UChicago, but hasn't run 100 meters yet this outdoor season. He was, however, second in the 60 indoors, as well as finishing second in the 4x400 meter relay and 7th in the long jump. So he's definitely got some fitness there and is ready to tear it up. But look out for him coming in this heat in lane 6. However, the fastest seed coming in this heat is Juan Perez, the senior from Case Western. He's coming in with a 10:85 season's best and PR. Juan won the 60 meters at the UAA meet in the indoor season, as well as finished 7th in the 200. So again, that's Juan Perez from Case Western University. He's in lane 1, so watch out for him in this heat. We still got a few minutes here before the start of the men's 100-meter dash trials, so just looking at the results from the women's 100-meter dash prelims and looking at those who made finals in no order, because I think there's still some technical difficulties with the results page, but if you go down to the bottom of the scroll, or the scrolling pane on the left for results session 4 on Sunday, and click on the women's 100-meter dash finals, you can see that in no order in particular, we've got Jasmine Wright, the freshman from WashU, Kaya Benetti, the sophomore from Emory, Samantha Giordani, the senior from Carnegie Mellon, Audrey Johnson from Emory, Gabri Machino, the junior from UChicago, Nicole Stewart, the sophomore from Washington University, Maddie Lyons, the freshman from University of Chicago, and rounding out the field for the women's 100-meter dash final tomorrow will be Micah Clay, the senior from Washington University. It looks like the fastest time in the prelims was Audrey Johnson, who ran a 12.27, followed by Gabri Machino, who ran a 12.33. So look for those two athletes, as along with the rest of the 6 competitors in this field, to tear it up tomorrow in the women's 100-meter dash finals. But congrats to all of those athletes who qualified there. So coming up here again, we've got the men's 100-meter dash. This event will be contested in 3 heats, so the top finisher in each heat will qualify for finals automatically, along with the next 5 fastest times across all heats.
And who should we look out for?
So Juan Perez is in lane 1. He won the 60-meter dash indoors and is looking to keep that title. Looks like, though, he might have rolled out of bed just recently with those plaid sweatpants he's taken off now. Hopefully those are nice and cozy, though, and keeping him warm in the crazy conditions we have here. But yeah, keep an eye out for him to try to secure that automatic qualifier here, especially with such a crowded field. Those time qualifiers are hard to come by.
I mean, you can't come out here in the plaid sweatpants and then not win your heat.
That's true. Say. Yeah, if Juan Perez does not automatically qualify for the final, he better show up with some normal sweatpants for the final tomorrow. So yeah, but I don't know. If he backs it up, I'm here for the plaid all day. So again, just to run through the field one more time, we've got Juan Perez in lane 1, Harry Mills in lane 2, Danny Krigman in lane 3, Brett Callow in lane 4, Zion Glover in lane 5, Miles Xavier in lane 6, and rounding out the first heat of the men's 100-meter dash prelims is Vern Guerin. Looks like the athletes are getting into their blocks and getting ready to go. And they're off. Looks like Miles Xavier from UChicago got a good start and has taken an early lead. Zion Glover from NYU is giving chase, but it looks like that might be Miles Xavier from UChicago taking the first heat and depriving Juan Perez of his plaid sweatpant rights for the final there. So great job to all those athletes in the final. I think that was Miles Xavier, though we'll get confirmation here in a minute. Henry, who's in Heat 2 of the prelims here for the men's 100 dash?
For Heat 2 of the men's 100, we have in lane 1, Henry Brandstatter, a freshman out of Emory. His seed time is 10.98. In lane 2, we have Camden Martin out of NYU. He's a senior, and his seed time is 11.19. In lane 3, we have Matt Moore, a WashU senior. Seed time is 10.71. That is the fastest seed time in the field, so watch out for Matt Moore in lane 3. In lane 4, we have Keith Cartwright, a senior out of Case Western. Seed time of 11.21. In lane 5, Jason Asare, a sophomore at UChicago. Seed time of 10.94. In lane 6, we have Jordan Colin, a junior out of Brandeis, with a seed time of 11.63. And in lane 7, we have Bennett Wong, a freshman at Carnegie Mellon. His seed time is 11.71.
Yeah, and I'm glad you pointed out Matt Moore's 10.71 there as his seed time. I'd like to point out for the record that was a wind-dated seed time at that one WashU meet that had the crazy tailwind. So that was a 3 meter per second tailwind there, I guess, because this meet is so early in the season. I'm pretty sure the UAA accepts all condition seed times for the sprint events. But nonetheless, that's not a time to scoff at by any means. So Matt Moore from WashU coming out of lane 3 in this second heat of the men's 100 dash. Not sure if it's showing up on the live stream, but there's some heartwarming images here down my bottom right of some UFC alumni reuniting after a long time apart. So it's really great to see lots of people catching up and saying hi and seeing how people are doing. So love to see that. Definitely been exciting for me to come to have all my friends come back around for this event and to see all of them. So that's been really great to see.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think it's rare to get so many people from our class and the other classes above us to back in the same place. So it's been great to just kind of relive some of those glory days, as it were. But anyway, that's neither here nor there, as Juan Perez is putting back on his pajama pants. We've got Heat 2 of the men's 100-meter dash. Henry, run us through who's in this.
In lane 1, Henry Brandstatter. In lane 2, Camden Martin. In lane 3, Matt Moore. Lane 4, Keith Cartwright. Lane 5, Jason Asare. Lane 6, Jordan Colin. And lane 7, Bennett Wong.
Yeah, this is Heat 2 of the men's 100-meter dash. The top time will qualify automatically, and then the next 5 fastest runners across all 3 heats will qualify for the finals of the men's 100 tomorrow.
Watch out for Jason Asare in lane 5 to expose Matt Moore's wind-dated seed time here.
It looks like the NYU athlete had a stumble, but Jason Asare is taking it to Matt Moore. It's going to be close.
And neck at the finish line.
Tough to see. We'll have to wait on the results there, but definitely exposing that wind-dated seed time, I think, even by how close that was. But great run from Jason Asare from UChicago. He's a sophomore. He was coming in seeded as the 6th fastest runner, but sticking it to that 1 seed here in Heat 2. And then coming up here in Heat 3 of the men's 100-meter dash prelims, in lane 2, we've got Jonathan Negrinia, a freshman from Case Western University. He's seeded at an 11.11 second seed time. In lane 3, we've got Jackson Price, a sophomore from Emory. He comes in seeded at 10.81. That is the 2nd fastest time that anyone in the UAA has run this year. So watch out for him to show up today and get that automatic qualifier spot. In lane 4, we've got Alexander Halkias, a senior from Carnegie Mellon. He's seated at 11.25. Tommy Davis is in lane 5. Tommy is a senior at Emory. Hasn't run a 100 yet this season, but Tommy finished 4th in the 60-meter dash indoors, as well as 3rd in the 200 and 1st in the 4x4. So definitely an accomplished runner there. He's actually the defending champion. He won the 2022 outdoor 100-meter dash with a time of 10.92 back in St. Louis last April. So definitely Alexander Halkias knows how to show up when it counts in the UAA meet, so watch out for him today. I'm sorry, that was Tommy Davis. misread it there on my page. So Tommy Davis is the defending champ. And then in lane 6 is Matthew Yu, a sophomore from Brandeis. He's seated at 11.52. Carson Page is in lane 7. He's a freshman from Washington University. He's seated at 11.02. And then rounding out the last heat of the men's 100-meter trials is Sam Ryba. He's a sophomore at Emory, seated at 10.92.
It's interesting that there's 3 heats of this men's 100, but only 2 heats of most of the other sprint events. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I think it really just depends. I mean, none of the coaches know where their athletes are or where other schools are entering their athletes. But even with Matt Moore's wind-dated seed time, we've got it looks like 8 athletes between 10.7 and 11 seconds in the 100. So I think really this is just a close field this weekend, and it's really a good opportunity for a lot of coaches to roll their dice and see if their athletes can show up big for them here in the 100-meter dash. So again, this is Heat 3 of the men's 100-meter dash. We've got Jonathan Agrinya in lane 2, Jackson Price in lane 3, Alexander Halkias in lane 4, Tommy Davis in lane 5, Matthew Yu in lane 6, Carson Page is in lane 7, and rounding out this field is Sam Ryba in lane 8. This is the men's 100-meter dash prelims. And they're off. Lots of good starts, but it looks like that's Jackson Price from Emory who had the best start. It looks like he's going to take this.
Emory running great in this heat.
Yeah, they had 3 athletes and 2 in the top 3, I think, from my angle. But that was a great result for them. Jackson Price, again, from Emory, taking that heat. So I'm joined now with another UChicago track and field and cross-country alumni. It's Caitlin Van Balen, also from the class of 2022. Caitlin, welcome to the live stream. How are you doing this afternoon now?
Pretty good. Very excited to be back at home.
Yeah.
Never got to have one of these. But
that's right.
It's a great field, if not a great day.
That's right. Yeah, definitely been lots of crazy precipitation, as we've mentioned on this stream already. But Caitlin, how's it like being back and seeing all of the alumni from our class and the class of 2021 and some others? Like, what's it like to be back amongst all the alumni?
Oh, it's awesome. It's awesome for everyone to get to come back now, even if we didn't get to have a meet at home like this while we were here. And during COVID, we missed so much. It's cool to see everyone back at the same time, and cool to come back to such a good team, especially the women's side has been really popping off this year. So it's cool to see the program keep growing like that and to see Coach Hall have continued success.
Yeah, definitely. We love to see Coach Hall succeed as well as all of our friends competing. And you mentioned the women's team. They're coming into this meet seated as the fourth team in the country on the women's side. Of course, WashU is the third seeded team, so we've got a really close battle on the women's side. Make sure you keep a close eye on the live results for those team scores, and we'll keep you posted as well. But Caitlin, you were a middle distance runner in college. What were your primary events, and especially at the UAA meet? What are some of your memories from running those events?
UAAs was always the best. It's such a team-focused meet. Everyone watching the score after every event. It was always a close battle. So it was always one of the best ones. But yeah, I was running 800, 1500, and 4x8 at different times.
Nice.
I should be back to comment all of those at this meet, which
All
is
right.
very exciting.
It is exciting for me as well and all of you listening at home. Caitlin, I heard you had a conference championship under your belt. Is that true?
One of those, yeah. As a freshman back in 2019, I won the indoor 800. So very, very clearly qualified to comment out here in
expert
2023 when probably my time that won wouldn't even make it to the final.
Yeah, definitely. It's been very cool to see the UAA kind of step it up in terms of the quality of athletic performance here. Henry mentioned a little bit earlier that there's a lot of D1 caliber athletes in the UAA these days, and I'm sure there always was, but I think it's really apparent these days and across the board too. Just lots of quality and lots of events. Looking forward to seeing all of that this weekend.
Absolutely.
All right. So as we're getting ready for the first heat of the women's 800-meter prelims, it looks like the results for the men's 100-meter dash prelims are posted, so I'm just going to go through those really quickly. Looks like Jackson Price, the sophomore from Emory, was the fastest time. He got the big Q and a 10.83 to get him into the finals. And it looks like the other automatic qualifier was Matt Moore from WashU, and followed by must be Miles. Oh, actually, I'm not sure. I'm looking at the entries for Sunday's meet, which are out of order and don't have the Qs. But in any case, the total list of the finalists for the men's 100-meter dash are Henry Brandstatter, a freshman from Emory, Juan Perez, a senior from Case Western, Miles Xavier, the sophomore from UChicago, Jackson Price, a sophomore from Emory, Matt Moore, senior from WashU University, and 6 is Zion Glover from NYU, then Jason Asari from UChicago, and Brett Callow from Case Western rounds out the field. But coming up here is the first heat of the women's 800 prelims. Caitlin, who do we have in this heat?
So women's 800 prelims, we got Maya Ordonez, position 1, from a senior from UChicago. We have Mona Yuan from Carnegie Mellon, also a senior in position 2. Position 3, we have Annika Urban, from junior from Emory. Position 4, Kavya Tamolapali, a senior from Carnegie Mellon. Position 5, Jessica Kwasny, junior from Case Western. We have Libby Renoka, a junior from Emory. Aminata Johnson, freshman from NYU. And rounding it out is Danielle Schultz, a senior from WashU. Should be a tight heat here. We got seed times from 2:10 to 2:19 and lots in between. So one thing I love about the 800, anything can happen.
That's right. Especially when you've got Annika Urban in there in lane 3. She's got crazy range, I think, all the way up to 5K. She just ran a 16:06 recently, but...
And she's seated at a 2:10 here in this event.
Yeah,
so.
and there they go. Often Annika Urban's in lane 3, but we got Maya Ordonez in 1. And then the rest of the field also tearing it up there. Tough to see where they break, but Caitlin, does it matter so much what your position is coming off this one-turn stagger?
I would say, my strategy was always try to go up in touch of the front, but maybe not be that lead runner. I think that often switches up in the second half. An 800 a mile, it's a lot of position changing sometimes. So you want to put yourself in a good position, but not get out too hard.
Yeah, certainly. I think I ran a few 800s in my day, and I would agree with that. Leading just sets a target on your back and makes it easier for a lot of athletes to go around you in the later stages of the race. But looks like in first right now we've got, one of the Emory runners. Can't quite tell
It is.
if it's Caroline.
Should be Libby.
Okay,
Libby.
Libby.
Position
All right.
1. I think Annika Urban coming out the outside. We have Maya Ordonez and sitting in third on the inside.
Yeah.
But all very tight in a pack there at 400.
And this is where the lactic is starting to set in. Athletes are buckling down and trying to just power home this last 300, hang on, and get those qualifying spots.
Looks like the two Emory runners are pulling away a little bit, but Maya Ordonez and a Wash U runner sticking in behind them, not too far. So see what happens here.
Yep. And just so you're aware, the top 2 athletes in each heat will automatically qualify along with the next 4 best times across both heats. So it looks like the 2 Emory runners are up there in front, followed by
Danielle from Washington.
Danielle
University
Schultz, and Maya Ordonez is hanging on for 4th right now. We'll see how much energy these Emory athletes expend here in the final stretch as they've got those automatic qualifying spots locked down. But Annika Urban and,
Libby
Renoko. The 2 automatic spots from Emory University crossing the line now, followed by
Washington University. Now Maya Ordonez. Now we have from NYU, Aminata Johnson. Followed up with Carnegie.
Yeah, both Carnegie athletes there.
And then with Case Western, Jessica.
All righty. So coming up here in Heat 2 of the women's 800-meter prelims, we've got Alicia Sanusi, a junior from Washington University. She's seated at a 2:14. We got Madison Tiafi in lane 2. Madison's a freshman at Emory with a 2:17 seed time. In lane 3 is Melissa Fung, a senior from Case Western Reserve University. Her seed time is 2:15.3. In lane 4, we've got Jenna Daly, a sophomore from Emory, seated at 2:16. Jacqueline Liu is in lane 5. She's a freshman from Carnegie Mellon, seated at 2:17. Elizabeth Kamek, a sophomore from the University of Chicago, is coming in lane 6 with a 2:13. And then the fastest seed time in this heat is Effie Dunn, a senior from WashU. She's seated at 2:08.67. Fun fact about Effie Dunn, she's actually number 2 in the UAA and in Division III behind her teammate Emma Kelly. And this, we should have mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, but in the women's 800 as a whole, we've got D3 ranked athletes numbers 2, 3, 8, 12, 15, and 17. So this is definitely a star-studded and packed field out here in the women's 800. So look for some fast times in the finals, but for now, these athletes are looking to make it through in this prelim.
And D3 number 1, Emma Kelly, is also in the UAA, but not competing in the 800 this weekend. So the UAA has runners 1, 2, and 3 in the country right now in Division III for the 800 meters.
Yeah, definitely showing some depth here, and they're off. Again, we've got Alicia Sarusi, apologies, the junior from WashU in 1, Madison Tiafi in 2, Melissa Fung in 3, Jenna Daly in 4, Jacqueline Liu in 5, Elizabeth Kamek in 6, and Effie Dunn in 7, though those lane assignments don't matter now that they have passed the first turn and are braking on this first lap.
Looks like Washington University out to a strong start in front, although closely followed by a teammate.
Yeah, I think that must be Effie Dunn out there in first, I think, though I can't quite see. I'm not sure if one of you has a better view, but if you've got the number,
see as they come around.
Yeah, if you've got the number 2 time in the country, I think might as well make the others work for it a little bit more than you have to by taking it out hard here. So 2 WashU runners in first, followed by the sophomore Elizabeth Kamek from the University of Chicago.
That is indeed Effie Dunn in first, then followed by her teammate Alicia. Then we have University of Chicago Elizabeth Kamek, followed by Emory, Case,
and
Carnegie, Emory again.
Coming up here on 300 to go, Effie Dunn is still looking strong with her teammate right behind. Elizabeth Kamek is looking to stay relaxed and hold off this Emory runner for a strong time qualifier spot. But WashU looking strong here with 300 to go. And that's...
This is always the hardest part of this race.
Yeah.
I always thought this third 200 here.
Yeah.
Kind of a make or break point.
Yeah, and Jenna Daly really took the most of that hard part by making the pass on Elizabeth Kamek there into third place, though both Elizabeth and Jenna are moving well. Effie Dunn is in first, followed by Alicia Sarusi in second. So they're coming up here, 100 meters to go. Effie Dunn, Alicia Sarusi, Jenna Daly, and Elizabeth Kamek are your top 4. And it looks like that will probably remain the order as the athletes coast home and look to save what energy they have for the final, though coming up strong is Melissa Fung from Case Western. We'll see if she can snag someone at the line there. It's going to be close. And Elizabeth Kamek holds her off, I think, though. That was a hard close for Melissa Fung. So that was the second and final heat of the women's 800-meter run prelims. The top 2 finishers in each heat automatically qualified for the finals, plus the next 4 fastest times across both heats. We'll get you updated on who those qualifiers were when the results populate on timingmd.net, which is the live results service that you can find by going to athletics.uchicago.edu, going to the track and field page, clicking on the 2023 UAA Conference Championship tab, and there should be a link to those live results there. So, but we'll keep you posted on those as soon as they're updated. Looks like the results for the women's 800 prelims are up. The 4 big qualifiers were Effie Dunn, the senior from WashU, Annika Urban, junior from Emory, Libby Renoka, junior from Emory, and Alicia Sarusi, junior from Washington University. Those were your 4 automatic qualifiers. Your 4 time qualifiers were Danielle Schultz, a senior from WashU, Jenna Daly, a sophomore from Emory, Myra Ordonez, a senior from UChicago, and in 8th place is Melissa Fung, the senior from Case Western Reserve, who looks like just beat out Elizabeth Kamek there on that route to the finals by 0.04 of a second.
Yeah, what a close by Melissa Fung there to make the finals.
Yeah, it definitely seems like most of the work you do in the 800 is in the first 600 meters, just getting yourself in the position, but those last 200 and staying strong are really critical. So props to Melissa Fung for sticking with it and closing hard there in event. I think I might have been muted there, actually, so I might have to run through these final the qualifiers for the finals there. Apologies for that. Lots of buttons in front of me that I have not seen before. So the 4-time qualifiers for the women's 800-meter final were Effie Dunn from WashU. She ran a 2:12.94 to get a big Q, as well as Annika Urban, the junior from Emory, who ran a 2:13.3. Both won their heat, and the other top two in their heat were Libby Renoka, the junior from Emory, who ran a 2:13 in the first heat, and then Alicia Sarusi from WashU, who also ran 2:13, which is a season best for her to get an automatic qualifying spot. Your 4-time qualifiers were Danielle Schultz from Washington University, Jenna Daly from Emory, Maya Ordonez from UChicago, and Melissa Fung from Case Western Reserve, who, as I mentioned, off air apparently, just beat out Elizabeth Kamek by 0.04 of a second at the line in that second heat. Really showing you the importance of saving a little bit for the last stretch there. A very smart race run by Melissa Fung. So props to her, and best of luck to those 8 athletes as they compete in the finals of the women's 800-meter run tomorrow.
All right, up next here we have heat 1 of 2 for the men's 800-meter run. I'm going to introduce these athletes that are now lining up. Position 1, we have Andrew Sidaman Aristov, junior from WashU, with a seed time of 1:53.46. Position 2, Arthur Santoro, senior from Washington University, seed time 1:52.07. We have Chris Bells, then, a sophomore from Emory, seed time 1:55.24. Fourth position, TJ Carleo, freshman from Brandeis, with a seed time of 1:52.64. In position 5, Sam Kim, junior from Brandeis, seed time 1:56.71. Position 6, Nate Gilbert, sophomore from Case Western, 1:58.39. And in position 7, rounding out the heat, John Diaz, senior from NYU, seed time 1:53.14.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see TJ Carleo. It's his UAA outdoor debut. He's a freshman from Brandeis and been on an absolute tear this season. Already run 1:52.64 as a freshman, which is very impressive. But there's definitely some heavy hitters in this event as well. Lots of people between 1:52 and even Will Hauser, who we'll see later, as a PR of 1:49.39, which is the fastest PR in this field. So definitely looking for some fireworks out of this event as well from the men. And they're off. Looks like Arthur Centuro on the inside from WashU is making up the stagger. He's known to run from the front. I ran against him a few times when I was competing for UChicago, and I definitely ran behind Arthur Centuro for a decent portion of my career. So that's Arthur Centuro from WashU taking the lead there as the group kind of packs up around 200. They're through in about 26 seconds.
And the top 2 finishers in this heat will be automatic qualifiers.
Yes, looks like John Diaz from NYU. Right there on his shoulder.
Yeah, and TJ Carleo, the freshman from Brandeis, is back there biding his time. But Arthur Centuro leading it into the home stretch, trying to string these men out.
Yeah, we have Chris Bells also on the inside there from Emory.
And they're coming through the 400 at about 56 seconds.
Very
It's a
tight.
little bit slow, I think, for some of these men. Definitely looking for a fast close here. Looks like the athlete who's taking the lead there is Nate Gilbert from Case Western Reserve. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead.
Yep, still followed up by John Diaz at NYU. Now coming around the outside, taking the lead.
Yeah, I'm looking at Arthur Centuro here making a huge move down the backstretch after leading the whole first lap. He's going to go after John Diaz from NYU. They're through in about 126.
And a Brandeis runner making the pass on the outside there.
That must be TJ Carleo, though. It looks like from Emory, that's Chris Bells who's making a late move as well. Arthur Centuro, though, has retaken the lead after leading the first lap. We'll see if he can hold on to it and get one of those
a quick finish here.
2 automatic spots. TJ Carleo, Arthur Centuro, neck and neck down the home stretch. It's going to be close. Doesn't really matter, though, because they both automatically qualify, followed by John Diaz from NYU and Chris Bells from Emory University.
Battle down the stretch there.
Yeah, that was a quick time. I stopped looking at my watch when they crossed the line, so I have no idea how fast they ran. But definitely a little bit of tactics going on in that first 600 meters, and a strong close from Arthur Centuro from Washington University and TJ Carleo from Brandeis there to secure their automatic qualification to the final.
Yeah, 56 first 400 there. What would you think these runners go out in when they're running for time?
Yeah, if they're running for time, I think they'd probably go out probably closer to 53 seconds, 52 seconds, I think. In the 800, you definitely are sending that first lap a lot faster than you're planning to run the second one. Just, I don't know, the way I kind of thought about it was the first 200 meters, you got free energy, so you might as well take those out as fast as you can and see what's left. But those athletes took a little bit of a different approach here in the prelims, trying to save some energy for tomorrow.
That's not such a bad idea. I think your best position here is you get second by a while in one of your prelim heats and save your energy if you can. But of course, in a crowded field, it's much easier said than done.
Certainly,
you might think you have that spot secured, and someone comes down the straightaway. So.
Yeah, that's right. Looking at Heat 2 here, we've got in Lane 2 Spencer Watry, a junior from Emory University. We've got Alex Ivanov in Lane 3 from Carnegie Mellon. He comes in with the fastest seed time in this field. And then in the 4th position is Marcus Chima from Emory, followed by Alexander Jopek from NYU, Bryden Moxley from Case Western, Will Hauser, who's the fastest PR in the field from WashU, is in 7, and Leland Davies is in the 8th position from Carnegie Mellon.
Could be shaping up to be another tight heat here. No one's taking it out especially fast.
Yeah,
break the stagger almost even.
It looks like Will Hauser's out there on the outside. Maybe he'll take that leading position. He's a miler primarily. He won the UAA indoors with a time of 4:16.45, and was also on WashU's 6th place DMR at the NCAA championship. But he's dropped back a little bit.
Rounding the curve, it looks like we have Carnegie in front here.
Yeah, I think that's Alex Ivanov. He was shaking out his arms there, keeping it loose, staying relaxed, even though he's in first place here. He just ran a really quick 800 last week, still shaking out those arms. He's coming in with a 150.21 seed time this year. So let's see what he does in the second 400.
He's followed by both runners from Emory, running side by side.
And look for Will Hauser to have a fast close here. He's a very exciting athlete to watch.
Moving around, actually, moving into 3rd now.
It looks like Will Hauser's probably going to do what you were talking about, Caitlin, and save that energy for a close second place in this heat, just following that Emory runner there.
And this could be a preview of the battle for the title here between Alex Ivanov and Will Hauser. Will Hauser has won this event before in previous years.
So it looks like Alex Ivanov just slowed up there a little bit. I don't know if he's conserving his energy or if he's tying up a little bit after leading most of this race. So we'll see what happens as both the Emory runners are coming around on the home stretch.
Outside. Could be another tight finish here.
Got a battle for the top 2 spots.
Ooh, looks like Emory pulling into first.
Great finish by this Emory runner.
You pull into second.
Yeah, Will Hauser is going to get second, and one of the Emory runners is going to secure that heat. Alex Ivanov, who is seated as the top athlete in this field, is going to settle for fourth in that heat and have to wait on a time qualifier. So we'll keep you posted on what those numbers look like. But that was heat 2 of the men's 800-meter run. So I'm now joined by another member of the class of 2022 UChicago track and field team, Max Hill. Max is primarily a mid-distance runner from 1,500 to 5K, I think is kind of where you were. And Max spent the last year teaching here in schools in Chicago. And we're definitely grateful to have Max on the stream today. Max, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm ready to watch some running.
Yeah, there's definitely running happening at this meet, so you're in luck. But, coming up next will be the women's 400-meter hurdle prelims. A little bit about the 400-meter hurdles is that there are 10 hurdles across the entirety of the event, the same number of hurdles as the high hurdles, the 100 and 110-meter distances that we saw earlier today. I think that following some of the excitement on the national stage with especially the U.S. women's national team with Sydney McLaughlin and Dalilah Muhammad and tearing up those 400 hurdles. This has definitely become an exciting event to watch and lots of attention to it. So excited to see what we have here today. So Max, do you have any hurdling experience?
Not really. I'm going to be honest. I have a couple of friends that when they were in college, they ran the steeple. The closest experience I have to it, but excited to watch it nonetheless.
Yeah, no, I certainly do not have any hurdle experience myself, but I'll try to provide some commentary here. We've got a loaded field here on the women's side. Looks like in Heat 1, I'll go through the names. But actually, before I do that, the meet record for this event is 59.94, set in 2017 by Kelly Hancock. That's actually the facility record as well from when the last time the UAA Championships was held in UChicago. So again, 59.94, set in 2017 by Kelly Hancock is the event record here. And Heat 1 of this event, we've got Ariana McCarthy in lane 1. She's a freshman from NYU. Lane 2 is Hannah Bobot Dridi, a junior from Brandeis. Lane 3 is Gabby Alphonse, a freshman from Case Western Reserve University. Lane 4 will be Maya Martin, a junior from Emory. Alexa Lowe, a freshman from Carnegie Mellon, is in lane 5. Ren Brown, the sophomore from UChicago, who we saw a little bit earlier in the women's 100-meter hurdle prelims, will be in lane 6. Lane 7 is Caroline Hansen, a sophomore from Emory. And rounding out Heat 1 is Hannah Bodas, a junior from Emory. So this event, like several others today, the qualifying structure for the finals tomorrow will be that the top finisher in each heat will automatically qualify, and then the next 6 fastest times across the next, or both heats will qualify for the finals as well. So Max, I've been asking some other of the alum that have come up here today, what's it like competing at one of these conference championships? How is it different from just a normal weekend meet that you would do through your career?
I feel like most of the athletes that are in these meets are pretty special to a certain extent.
Yeah.
The collection of schools that we have here, you know that they're not only competing on the track, trying to vie for that UAA championship or that individual glory in some of these events like the 400-meter hurdles, but they're also excelling in the classroom. They're working hard. There's a sense of camaraderie sort of between a lot of these athletes. You know you're both working hard, both on the field and in the classroom. So.
Yeah, definitely. And I think when you've got so many different types of events and event groups between not just the track athletes and track events, but also in the field and the jumps and the sprints as well, it's definitely cool to kind of really get up for a lot of your teammates who you see around and you see in the classroom, but who you're really focusing on and getting the chance to watch in a much more team environment here at the UAA Conference Championship. So definitely a special environment, and I'm glad that like all of the athletes here are glad that they're getting to compete with their teammates. I'm glad I've got my former teammate Max up here helping me with this commentary. So go team.
Pleasure to be with you.
And it looks like the qualifiers for the men's 800-meter final are updated. And looks like the fastest time from the qualifiers was Spencer Watry from Emory. He ran 153.63 to win the second heat, followed closely by Will Hauser, also 153 to get in second in that second heat. The full list of qualifiers are Leland Davies, a senior from Carnegie Mellon University, Marcus Chima from Emory, he's a sophomore, Will Hauser, the junior from WashU, Spencer Watry, also a junior from Emory, Arthur Centuro, a senior from WashU, TJ Carleo, the freshman from Brandeis, Alex Ivanov sneaks in on a time qualifier, the junior from Carnegie, and the top seed in this meet. And the final qualifier for the men's 800-meter run finals was John Diaz, a senior from NYU. Looking forward to see those athletes tear it up on the track tomorrow, and lots of good matchups there, whether it's TJ Carleo, the freshman from Brandeis, or Arthur Centuro, who's been running since before I was in college, and I have since graduated. So a little youth versus experience to look forward to in the men's 800-meter final tomorrow.
So just as a reminder here, in Heat 1, you have Arayana McCarthy from NYU, Hannah Bobo-Dridi from Brandeis, Gabby Alphonse from Case Western, Amaya Martin from Emory, Alexa Lowe from Carnegie Mellon, Ren Brown from the University of Chicago, Caroline Hansen from Emory, and Hannah Bodas from Emory.
Yeah, and Ren Brown, the sophomore from UChicago, is coming in with the top seed in the UAA. She's run 62.01. That's 3.5 seconds faster than the next fastest athlete. So look for Ren, who's, as usual, in lots of events at the UAA championship to conserve energy here as she tries to qualify and score events or score points in as many events as possible. Again, that's Ren Brown, who's coming out in lane 6. Looks like the athletes are all lined up and waiting for starter to get us underway. And they're off. The 400-meter hurdles is a very intriguing event, combining speed and endurance. You want to definitely get out fast and get over those hurdles and get into a good position quickly, but those hurdles seem to get a little bit larger, I've been told, as the race goes on. So definitely a balancing act between getting out hard and getting out fast and making sure that you have enough at the end of the race. But it looks like Ren Brown from Chicago out in lane 6 is putting the hurt on the stagger here. She is moving into first position with 150 to go. It's tough to see who's in second, but it looks like Ren Brown's got a considerable lead here coming into the home stretch. Looks like second might be the athlete from Emory, Hannah Bodis, on the outside, followed by, I guess that is probably Amaya Martin from Emory in the middle. But here comes Ren Brown towards the finish. It's going to be a fast time for her, about 61, 62 seconds. That might be a PR for her. And then Hannah Bodis from Emory coming in second. And as a reminder, the top time in each heat will automatically qualify, as well as the next 6 fastest times across both heats.
Heat 2 is stepping up to the line right now. In lane 1, we have Sammy Glass from Emory. Lane 2, Mia Kilroy from Case Western. Lane 3, Mackenzie Richard from NYU. Lane 4, probably the favorite for this heat and going to contest for the title if she makes it out, Yanni Lapa from Brandeis. In lane 5, Fiona Kelleher from NYU. In lane 6, Camilla Garanton from the University of Chicago. In lane 7, Carmen Andrade from Carnegie Mellon. And to round it out, in lane 8, Ruby Kaplan from Washington University.
A couple athletes in this field. I'm pretty sure it's their first time competing at the UAA championship meet. We got Rudy Kaplan and Camilla Garanton are both athletes seeking to make their mark on this already storied conference. So look for those two runners. Camilla Garanton's the freshman from Chicago, and Ruby Kaplan's a sophomore from WashU. So look for those athletes to try to make their mark and qualify for finals here in the second heat of the women's 400-meter hurdles. We're getting set here. And they're off. Again, look for Yanni Lapa. She's the runner from Brandeis Junior coming in at lane 4 here. She's the second fastest time in the UAA and the fastest in this meet. Looks like she's already been making up the stagger a few lanes out. Oh, but just stumbled there. Looks like she's recovered, but Yanni Lapa definitely seeking to stay on her feet through the rest of these hurdles and qualify for finals. Looks like also the athlete on the outside, Ruby Kaplan from WashU, is having a good race, going around the hurdles at the same time that the leaders. Also, the other UAA first-timer, Camilla Garanton from Chicago, looks like she's running well here in lane 7.
Looks like it's going to be contested coming into the main straightaway. A lot of athletes rounding the bend around the same point.
Yeah, it looks like Yanni Lapa from Brandeis really struggled after hitting that hurdle. It's Camilla Granton from the University of Chicago and Rudy Kaplan, the two first-timers sprinting to the line here. It looks like that's going to be the freshman from U Chicago, Camilla Granton, securing the automatic time qualifying spot. So that's two big cues for U Chicago women's 400 hurdles between Red and Brown and the freshman Camilla Granton. So congrats to those two and to the rest of the runners in those prelims. We'll get you the results from that event as soon as they're up. So just to check in with the team battle, on the women's side, there are 2 events scored. I'm pretty sure that they're both field events, the results of which aren't populating yet. So sorry for the lack of clarity there, but currently in first is University of Chicago with 32.5 points, followed by WashU with 18.5. Emory's coming in third on the women's side with 12.5 points. Case Western Reserve University is in fourth with 8.5 points. Brandeis is in fifth with 4, and Carnegie Mellon is in sixth with 2. So that's after 2 events, both of which I believe are field events, but I'm sorry we can't get you more clarity on those results right now. And see if I can find some men's results here, though it does not look like I will be able to. I'll get you updated on the men's scores as soon as they're up. So I was just talking off the air with Max here, and he said I was remarking how it's sunny again. No hail, no snow, no rain right now. I think that's the first time that's happened, and also coincides with the first time that Max has been indoors throughout all of those kinds of precipitation. Max, what's it like out there when it's snowing or raining? How does it feel just watching the meet?
I think it's pretty cold. I mean, that much is obvious, but I'm just imagining for some of the sprint events that we saw earlier that it's pretty difficult to get warmed up and sort of ready for those events given the precipitation and the snow. So
yeah, certainly another element to reckon with here. In addition to very close competition, these athletes are having to deal with some rapidly changing weather conditions. So props to them for being flexible and working with those conditions. But coming up next, we've got the men's 400-meter hurdle trials. This will also be a 2-heat prelim. The top time from each heat will qualify automatically, and the top 6 times across both heats will qualify for the finals, which will be held tomorrow. The UAA record for the men's 400 hurdles is held by David Skiba. It's set in 2004 of a time of 52.86 seconds. And then the facility record here was set in 1973 by Bob Steele with a time of 50.64 seconds. 50.64 seconds, Max. Have you ever run that fast for a flat 400?
Certainly not.
Yeah, me neither. That time is lickety-split, and I can't imagine doing that over hurdles. That is crazy. But anyway, cutting to the chase here with the entries in Heat 1 of the men's 400-meter hurdle prelims. We've got Andrew Ray, sophomore from UChicago. He's the top seed in this event. He comes in seated with an equally respectable time of 54.27. In lane 3 is Randy Radiarta, senior from Case Western Reserve University. In lane 4 is Ori Slotke, a junior from Brandeis. Lane 5 is Pierce Boucher, a senior from Case Western Reserve University. Lane 6 is William Gossett, a sophomore from Emory. And then in lane 7 is Josh Bates, a freshman from Case Western Reserve, who has a 55.83 to his name. And I have to correct myself. Andrew Ray is actually the second fastest seed time in this field. That honor belongs to Andrew McGovern of Carnegie Mellon University, who has a 52.83, which is actually faster than the UAA record. So stay tuned to both Heat 2 of the men's 400-meter hurdles as well as the final to see if Andrew McGovern can stick his name on the record sheets with a UAA record in the 400 hurdles. So you may have remembered when I was announcing those names for the 400-meter hurdles, Andrew Ray, the sophomore from University of Chicago, who's in lane 1 in Heat 1, is also an athlete who competed in the 110-meter hurdles, coming back shortly after he qualified for finals there to try to qualify for another final. Henry, I think Henry Myers is back with us. Henry is a member of the class of 2022, currently getting his graduate degree and competing on the Division I level at Villanova University. Henry, I think you ran a couple events at UAA sometimes. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. What's your mindset like when you know you've got to perform in some events, but also that your performance in later events matters equally as much? How are you approaching those multiple event competitions?
I mean, last year at indoors I ran the 5K and the 3K, and my mentality was just take it one event at a time. And because if you go into those races not ready to give everything you have, that's not going to end well for you. So you got to go into the first event giving everything, and when that's over, then you'll start worrying about the other events.
Yeah, definitely. I think the points, though you can get points in multiple events, the points all count the same. So definitely trying to score where you can and then pick up what's left when you can also. Maybe a little different approach for those athletes who are competing in prelims as well. But Andrew Ray, again, is coming back from the 110 hurdle prelims, which were this morning. Andrew was the fastest qualifier in the 110s, running a 15:40 earlier this morning, and is going to try to mix it up and get an automatic qualifying spot here in a few minutes.
And I've seen Andrew Ray unleash some devastating kicks over his time at UChicago, so I'm not sure if we'll do that here in this prelim, but look out for that in the final.
Certainly, yeah. I've had the privilege to receive a handoff from Andrew Ray, and I can tell you coming down the home stretch, he's got a full head of steam and is a sight to behold. So definitely look for him to have the strength to coast it through, especially if he's got a big lead on the left of the field. Though, of course, Josh Bates from Case Western is going to try to give chase from the outside, so we'll see that battle separated by a few lanes, but those two athletes are really going to test each other here in this prelim.
So just as a reminder, in lane 2 for this first heat is Andrew Way from the University of Chicago. In lane 3, it's Randy Radiarta from Case Western. In lane 4, Ori Slotke from Brandeis. In lane 5, Pierce Boucher from Case Western. Sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. Lane 6, William Gossett from Emory. And to round it out, in lane 7, we have Josh Bates from Case Western.
And maybe we should just issue a blanket apology to everyone's name that we do not pronounce correctly this weekend.
That's right. Our apologies. Now, I can't quite tell from where I'm standing here, but it looks like Josh Bates, the freshman from Case Western's got something on his head. I think it's dyed red hair, though I could be wrong. He's definitely going up with the style statement here. And like we said for Juan Perez in the 100, if you can back it up with a big Q, we approve. However, if you're coming out here with bright red hair, you're not getting that big Q to the finals, I don't know. That might be a disapprove from the commentary up here.
Yeah.
But definitely, again, we got Josh Bates on the outside, freshman from Case Western, seated at 55.8. And then on the inside, we've got Andrew Ray in lane 2, a sophomore from UChicago with a 54.2. So we'll see those two athletes and the rest in this heat go head-to-head and see who can make it to the final. And it's lights out and away they go. Looks like Josh Bates on the outside getting out hard. He's on fire like his hair. We got Andrew Ray on the inside being a little bit more patient, though he's already made up the stagger. We'll see what those two athletes do throughout the rest of this race. Andrew Ray, powerful stride going down on the back stretch here.
Josh Bates, a freshman, running well in his first ever UAA outdoor meet here.
That's right. It'll be the first time he's ever competed in the 400 hurdles in a championship setting at the college level. So look to see how he can perform under that kind of pressure. As we suspected, though, here comes Andrew Ray on the inside. He is about neck and neck with the red-headed Josh Bates. Looks like Andrew Ray might have the edge coming into the home stretch. Though maybe Josh Bates' hair is pink. I can't quite tell. Though Andrew Ray is going to ease to the line, collect that big qualification. Josh Bates in second. And in third, looks like that was Ori Slotky, the junior from Brandeis. As always, we'll keep you posted on who made it to the finals as those results are posted, though we know that Andrew Ray got that big qualification. So we'll see him in the 400 hurdles again tomorrow. Henry, who do we have in Heat 2 of these 400 hurdle prelims?
Yeah, so for Heat 2 of the 400-meter hurdles, we have Thomas Rick, a junior from Carnegie Mellon, with a seed time of 57.72. In lane 3, we have Yusuf Shaban, a junior out of Case Western, with a seed time of 56.35. In lane 4, we have Dylan Lane, a junior from Wash U, with an identical seed time to the runner right next to him, Yusuf, 56.35. So watch for those two in the middle. And then we have Tyler Williams in lane 5, a freshman at Carnegie Mellon with a seed time of 57.61. And then in lane 6 on the outside, we have Andrew McGovern with the fastest seed time in this field for either heat. He's a junior at Carnegie Mellon with a seed time of 52.83.
Yeah, Andrew McGovern we talked about a little bit earlier, but one thing that I find interesting about Andrew is he's like primarily like an 800, 400 guy. He got second in the UAA 800 competition indoors, and was also 6th in the NCAA, so a little All-American finish for Andrew McGovern in the 800, now dropping down to the 400 hurdles. Seems like he's going to be one of those athletes who times this right and saves a little bit for the last stretch using that 800 strength. Though another athlete that I'm keeping my eye on is Thomas Rich, who's Andrew McGovern's teammate at Carnegie. Thomas is a multi-athlete. He got 13th in the decathlon at the 2022 NCAA outdoor meet. So, no, he's a tough one and a grinder, and we'll see if he can show that strength here. He definitely has a history of scoring at the UAA meet. Thomas Rich scored in the 110 hurdles, the 400 hurdles, the long jump, and the high jump in the 2022 outdoor championship. So he's looking to continue that big point scoring return here, I guess, in the 2023 outdoor championship. So here we come up to the second heat of the men's 400-meter hurdles. We've got Andrew McGovern from Carnegie on the inside and Thomas Rich from Carnegie on the outside are two athletes to watch.
It's actually Thomas Rich on the inside in lane 2, and then on the outside, Andrew McGovern.
Those red jerseys look the same from here. And they're off and running.
And Thomas Rich here wearing full-length pants, an interesting tactic in this cold.
Yeah, definitely lose a little bit of flexibility probably, but keep those hamstrings warm, which is really important, especially in the prelims.
It's looking pretty even going into the 200. We'll have to see if the runners can keep their concentration going around the curve.
Andrew McGovern seems like he's got a pretty big lead on the field, though. He's going to come into the home stretch here, maybe take a glance around, see that he's got this big cue secured, and relax a little bit. Coming in the fastest time in the UAA by about 2 seconds. So
Yusuf Shaban in second place with Case Western. But Dylan Lane passing him from Washington University.
Dylan Lane running about a 57 second 400 hurdles there, just edging out Yusuf for the second spot in that heat. Again, the top finisher from each heat will automatically qualify for finals. So that would be Andrew Ray and Andrew McGovern setting up a battle of the Andrews in the finals tomorrow. So we'll see if Andrew Ray can improve on his seed time and show that he is the best 400-meter hurdle Andrew in the UAA. So stay tuned for that tomorrow. Riveting stuff.
Battle there.
Very important. And while we're still waiting for the women's 400 hurdle results, it looks like the men's 400 hurdle results are posted. Like we said before, Andrew Ray from UChicago comes in with the first big qualifier. He ran a 55.9 in the first heat, and then Andrew McGovern, the junior from Carnegie Mellon, ran a 56.3 to get the big Q out of heat 2. The remainder of your qualifiers are Josh Bates, the freshman from Case Western, Ori Slotke, the junior from Brandeis, Dylan Lane from Washington University, Yusuf Shaban from Case Western University, Pierce Boucher from Case Western University, and then rounding out the field will be Tyler Williams, the freshman from Carnegie Mellon University. Took a 59.58 to qualify for the finals there. So looking for that event to be an exciting one tomorrow. And it looks like also the team scores have been updated. Again, lots of field events going on that we cannot see, and the results are slow to populate. But it looks like currently University of Chicago sitting in first place with 35 points, followed by Emory, who's in second with 30 points. Carnegie Mellon is in third place with 28 points. Wash U is in fourth, so with 16. And Brandeis is in fifth with 8 points. So keep an eye on those team battles. Obviously, we've got, I think, close to 20 events here at the finals. So lots can change. Wash U probably not too worried about their 16 points here. Henry and Max, any insight in how much team scores matter at this point?
I mean, as a former UChicago athlete, I just personally love to see Wash U sitting in fourth place right now. I'm not sure if that's going to hold over the course of the rest of the weekend, but that's good to see.
Yes, yeah, I have to concur. Though maybe I'm losing my supposed neutrality as a commentator here. Definitely love to see Wash U down there in fourth. Though I guess I don't want to say too much since it's still early days, and we'll see how these teams and the team battle shakes up as the meet goes on.
So next up on the slate, we have the women's 200. The UAA record and the Hayden track record were both set in 2017 by Daisy Ogede. 23:99, a very quick time. And in Heat 1, we have Israel Connerly from NYU, Paige Murdoch from Emory, Lauren Gay from Washington University, Elia Campbell from Brandeis, and Jasmine Wright from Washington University.
Yeah, definitely keep your eyes on Lauren Gay in this event. Her seed time of a 24.41 is the fastest in the UAA this year, though I have to continue my beef with the one Wash U meet that had crazy tailwinds. It's a 24.41 with a 3.4 meter per second tailwind. So though she's coming in with the fastest seed time, look out later on for Samantha Giordani, the senior from Carnegie Mellon, who has the fastest PR in the field with a 24.04 without a wind aid. She comes in with the second fastest season best, a 24.88. Looks like Samantha Giordani is also the reigning championship from indoors. She got first in the 200, beating out Lauren Gay, who was in second in that event. Also to look forward to in the women's 200, we've got the first place finisher from the 60 hurdle or the 60 meter dash indoors. That's Audrey Johnson. She's the third ranked athlete in this field. And there's lots of other heavy hitters in here from the UAA conference meet. We got Gabri Machino, who we talked about a little bit earlier in the 100. Got seventh in the 200 indoors, but it was also the second place finisher in the 60. So look for her to do some damage. And also, I think it bears noting that Lauren Gay, who we talked about a second ago, was eighth recently at the NCAA indoor meet in the 200, getting that All-American spot. And is, I believe, the top returner from the outdoor meet last year. So Lauren Gay, definitely the one to watch here in Heat 1, but lots of athletes looking to give her chase and then see what they can throw down here at these conference championships.
And that's Lauren Gay in lane 4, right in the middle of this heat.
Yeah, looks like some other folks in this heat to look out for are Israel Connerly from NYU. She's a senior and has been routinely doing lots and lots of events and scoring lots of points for the Wildcats there. She was fifth in the 200 indoors as well as fifth in the 400 indoors, and the NYU DMR, of which she was a part, got third. At the outdoor meet last year, she got sixth in the 200 and third in the 400.
Wow.
She's coming in now. And lane 1, definitely a workhorse looking to just get that easy qualification and get as many points as she can tomorrow in the finals.
Yeah, she's the type of athlete that's basically always either warming up or cooling down
That's
at
right.
these conference meets.
Yeah, never a dull moment for a sprinter in 4 events. So look out for Israel Connerly in lane 1 as well as Lauren Gay in lane 4. Also, it looks like the results from the women's 400-meter hurdles are up. Again, I'm just seeing these on the results session 4 down at the bottom on the left-hand pane of the results page. Your finalists for the 400 hurdles for women are Hannah Bodis, junior from Emory, Camila Garanton, the freshman from University of Chicago, Ruby Kaplan, the sophomore from Washington University, Ren Brown, sophomore from University of Chicago, Fiona Keller, from sophomore from NYU, Amaya Martin, junior from Emory University, Mia Kilroy, senior from Case Western Reserve, and rounding out the field is Alexa Lowe from Carnegie Mellon. But here we got the 200-meter dash just starting. Israel Connerly, Paige Murdoch, Lauren Gay, Aaliyah Campbell, Jasmine Wright. Lauren Gay is the favorite here in lane 4. We'll see what she can do here in this prelim.
She looks to be leading off the turn. Her teammate from WashU.
That's Jasmine Wright.
Almost keeping even with her, but it looks like she will come in with the big Q.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and looks like Jasmine Wright, also from WashU, right behind her teammate, Laura Gay. Both of those times should be good enough to qualify. It looks like Israel Connerly was not running in that event. Hopefully that was a tactical scratch, and we'll see her in events later on. Henry, who's in the Heat 2 of these 200 prelims?
So for Heat 2 of the women's 200-meter dash, we have Samantha Giordani, senior out of Carnegie Mellon, seed time of 24.88. In lane 3, we have Ola Owaduni, a senior at Carnegie Mellon with a seed time of 27.32. In lane 4, we have Devin Hiltonen, senior at Brandeis, seed time of 26.6. In lane 5, Kaya Benetti, a sophomore at Emory with a seed time of 25.72. In lane 6, Gabri Machino, a junior at UChicago with a seed time of 25.34. And in lane 7, Summer Reed, a sophomore at NYU with a seed time of 26.14.
Yeah, and you'll start probably recognizing a lot of names in these sprinting events. Obviously, Gabri Machino, the junior from UChicago, is in the 100. I think she was the top qualifier in that event, or at least the top seed coming into the meet. And she'll look to see if she can stick it to Samantha Giordani here for that automatic qualifying spot. Samantha's 24.88 is the second fastest time in the UAA this year. And again, she is the athlete with the fastest PR in the field at 24.04. They're not from this season. So, yep, it's Samantha Giordani looking to get into the final to defend her 200-meter title. Though Gabri Machino and the rest of the field will see what they can do to upset Samantha here in the second heat. Once again, the qualifying structure is that the top finisher in each heat will automatically qualify, and then the next 5 fastest times across all heats will make it to the final to score points for their team tomorrow. The athletes are lining up for Heat 2, the women's 200-meter dash prelims. And they're off. It's like Gabri Machino had a good start there out in the outside.
Samantha Giordina from Carnegie running well in lane 2.
Really taking it out here.
Yeah, this is lots of hitters in this field, so Samantha Giordani is not taking any risks. Looks like the athlete from Emory, Kaya Benetti, is going to come in second. Gabri Machino will get third in that heat and wait on those time qualifying spots. Fast heat won by Samantha Giordani from Carnegie. She is the defending champion this event and will look to show off that 24.04 speed in the final tomorrow. Henry, who's in Heat 3 of this prelim?
For Heat 3, we have Nicole Stewart in lane number 2, a sophomore from WashU with a seed time of 25.13. We have Ella Lavelle out of lane 3, a senior from Emory with a seed time of 25.8. We have Maddie Lyons, a freshman at UChicago, with a seed time of 25.84. In lane 5, we have Camila Sanusi, a senior at NYU with a seed time of 27.25. In lane number 6, we have Lola Akindele, a freshman at NYU with a seed time of 26.8. And on the outside in lane 7, we have Audrey Johnson, a sophomore at Emory with a seed time of 25.03.
We got another battle of the outside and inside lanes here. Audrey Johnson from Emory and Nicole Stewart, who are bracketing this field, are the third and fourth fastest times in the 200 this year, both sophomores. Audrey's from Emory and Nicole's from Washington University. It'll be interesting to see again as I continue to beef with these wind-aided seed times. Audrey Johnson's got a 25.03, but it was with a 2.4 meter per second headwind, or tailwind rather. So we'll see if Nicole Stewart's wind legal 25.13 is enough to get here in this 200-meter prelim. Both those athletes will be looking to get the big Q, though they'll have to be craning their necks to look for each other on the other side of the track here. We got Nicole in lane 2 and Audrey out there in lane 7.
Yeah, Audrey Johnson should not expect to see any of her competitors until she makes that turn into the home stretch, I would think.
Yeah, well, definitely interesting to see kind of both coming. Audrey and Nicole are coming from opposite ends of the sprint spectrum. We got Nicole Stewart is a 200-meter specialist, and Audrey is a 60-meter flat dash champion indoors. Look for them to compete in this event.
Here they come.
It's a fast start from the runner on the inside. I think that's the Maddie
Nicole
Lyons.
Stewart.
Oh.
Nicole Stewart on the inside, looking strong.
Audrey Johnson hanging on the outside. It's going to be close.
I think Nicole Stewart takes that prelim.
Yeah, Nicole Stewart from Washington University, the sophomore, showing once again why you shouldn't trust those wind-dated seed times, but both athletes should get into the final to compete it out tomorrow. Hopefully we'll have some even conditions that will truly sort the fastest from the rest of the fastest. So we'll look forward to that tomorrow, and we'll get you the results of the women's 200 dash prelims here in just a minute.
It looks like next up on the track is the men's 200-meter dash. Following the women's 200-meter dash, the UAA record time for this event was set in 2008 by Frederick Linton with a 21.10. And then the Hayden track record, or the Stagfield record, was set in 1976. A hard record to beat by Joe Franklin. 20.87. That's incredibly quick. So we'll see if
I would expect that would be during UChicago's D1 days. They were Division I early on in their history and then made the jump to Division III.
Yeah. We'll see if any of these athletes today can come closer, beat that time. But for now, we'll be announcing the athletes in this first heat. In Heat 1, in Lane 2, we have Miles Gardner from the University of Chicago, a junior. In Lane 3, we have Michael Hahn, a junior from the University of Chicago. In Lane 4, we have Marcus J. Wilkes, a senior from Washington University. Lane 5, we have Alexander Halkias. Again, sorry for the pronunciation. A senior from Washington University. Or no, a senior from Carnegie Mellon, my apologies. And then in Lane 6, we have Juan Perez, a senior from Case Western. And finally, rounding out Heat 1, in Lane 7, we have Jonathan Agrinya from Case Western, who is a newcomer and freshman.
So we have the two UChicago runners on the inside, Miles Gardner and Michael Hahn. And then two Case Western runners on the outside, Juan Perez and Jonathan Agrinya. And look out for Marcus J. Wilkes with the fastest seed time in this heat. He's running out of lane number 4, just to the outside of those two UChicago runners.
From these seed times, it looks like Marcus J. Wilkes and Alexander Halkias from Carnegie Mellon will be battling this out in lanes 4 and 5. We'll be looking forward to this.
Look out for Michael Hahn to have a good run, though. He looked very strong in the 400 meters earlier today.
Yeah, very stacked field.
The runners are on their marks here. And
they're
we're off in heat number 1 of this men's 200 meters.
No, I know, because they'd asked me to come, but I couldn't.
Got Marcus J. Wilkes out of Wash U in lane number 4. Looking strong coming into the home stretch.
Alexander Halkias giving him a run for his money, though, in lane 5. We'll see who gets it.
Looks like the Carnegie Mellon runner, Alexander Halkias, there is going to take that heat.
It's a very close finish for second. Couldn't tell at the line. We'll get the results later. But Marcus J. Wilkes from Wash U and Juan Perez from Case Western look to round out the top 3. So. In Heat 2, who are about to take the track, we have in lane 2, Matt Moore, senior from Washington University. In lane 3, we have Carson Page from Washington University, a freshman. In lane 4, Sam Ryba, sophomore from Emory. In lane 5, we have Jason Asare, a sophomore from the University of Chicago. In lane 6, we have Nicholas Lende, a sophomore from Case Western. And to round it out, we have Danny Kriegman, a freshman from Brandeis. Looks like the fastest seed time going into this heat is from Sam Ryba, the sophomore from Emory. He's run a 21.78 this season. We'll see if he can pull out in this heat. So Matt Moore should give him a run for his money with a 21.88. I would look for those two. Do you have anything to add, Mark?
Yeah, no, I think Sam Ryba's just got to be careful. He was the first coming into the 60-meter dash finals indoors, but ended up finishing 7th. So hopefully he can pace himself a little bit better, even though this is a sprint event, and save some energy for the final this time. Looking to improve on that 7th place finish, though I guess he was also 6th in the indoor 200. So we'll see what Sam Ryba from Emory can do here at the Outdoor Championships.
Just to reiterate, in this heat, look out for Matt Moore in lane number 2 from Wash U, Sam Ryba in lane number 4 from Emory, the 2 fastest seed times. And as always, we're rooting for our home athletes here. Jason Asari out of lane 5 from University of Chicago.
Yeah, one thing we didn't talk so much about in the 100, but lane placement matters a lot for the 200, just getting that right balance of not turning so tight and getting to see your competitors. So Jason Asari from Chicago is in a pretty good position there. I know all athletes have their own preference on where they want to line up for a 200, but in this pretty random assignment here, Jason Asari starting out of lane 5, looking like he's in a good position to chase some people down, but also to not turn so tight like those inside lanes. So we'll see if he can use that lane to his advantage here against the rest of the field.
Looks like we're about ready to start the men's 200-meter dash, heat number 2.
And they're off. Looks like all athletes got a good start. Jason Asari making up the stagger. Athlete from Emory,
Sam
Ryba is closing in hard. Matt Moore on the inside, driving. Looks like it's between the 3 of those, Jason Asari, Matt Moore, Sam Ryba. Matt Moore looks like he has the edge on the inside, but Sam Ryba coming up the middle. It's going to be close, all 3 athletes.
Wow.
Matt Moore, Sam Ryba, Jason Asari, too close to call from up here in the second heat of the 200-meter dash prelims. We'll have to wait on that one. Hard to say who got the automatic qualifier there.
3 strong runs there from Matt Moore, Sam Ryba, and Jason Asari.
Hopefully we get to see all 3 of them in the final.
That's
tomorrow.
right, yeah. All right, who's in this final heat of the men's 200 prelims?
Yes, for heat number 3, we have Caleb Bunch in lane 2, a freshman from Emory. We have Tommy Davis, lane number 3, a senior from Emory. Jackson Price in lane number 4, a sophomore from Emory. So 3 Emory runners on the inside there. And then in lane number 5, we have Brett Callow, a sophomore at Case Western. Lane number 6, we have Zion Glover, a junior at NYU. Lane number 7, Camden Martin, a senior at NYU. And rounding out our field on the outside lane, number 8, we have Jordan Colin, a junior at Brandeis.
Yeah, definitely keep your eye on Jackson Price in this this heat. The Emory sophomore coming in with the top seed was an absolute unit in the 2022 Outdoor Championships, cleaning up across the board. He got second in the 100, and then he was on the winning 4x1 and the winning 4x2, as well as winning this event, the 200 meters. So Jackson Price looking to collect more points than last year, which is a tough thing to do. I think that's... What was that 38 points or something in 4 events from Jackson Price last year. So looking to get that nice little 40 for Emory this weekend. So we'll see what he can do here in the prelims to make that happen.
Did you say he's the defending champion in this
Yeah,
event?
yes. Jackson Price won the 2022 Outdoor Championship. And but I not quite sure of his form, but he was 4th indoors. So I'm not sure if he just prefers the indoor, or prefers the outdoor 200 to the indoor one, which is certainly possible. But yeah, he's definitely no one to laugh at.
So maybe looking for some redemption here after indoors.
That's right, yeah.
Also coming in with the fastest seed time in this heat and in the entire field at I believe it's a 21:15.
Yeah, his personal best is also his season's best, so we know so far already this outdoor season he's shown his quality, and we'll look to continue that run of good form here at the Outdoor Championship meet. Again, in this heat, we've got Caleb Bunch, Tommy Davis, Jackson Price, Brett Callow, Zion Glover, Camden Martin, and Jordan Colin in the final heat of the men's 200-meter dash prelims. And they're off. Pretty even start across the field, though it looks like Zion Glover might have had a good start there from NYU.
It looks like Jackson Price is coming out with the lead from the...
Yeah, Jackson Price storming down the straightaway. An absolute goblin mode there.
Brett
Take
Callow
the big
from
cue.
Case Western.
It's tough to tell between him and the Emory runner. I think that might have been Tommy Davis. Yeah. But Jackson Price, as expected, taking that heat easily. Looking like he's ready to defend his title and maybe some other titles besides this weekend. So excited to see that.
Do we have results on the women's 200 meter?
Yeah, let's see. Looks like the prelim pages are still not updating, but if you go down to the finals, you can see who qualified there. In the women's 200-meter dash, we got Maddie Lyons, the freshman from University of Chicago, Kaya Benetti, a sophomore from Emory, Lauren Gay, a sophomore from WashU University. I said WashU University again, second time, just WashU. Samantha Giordani from Carnegie Mellon, she's a senior. Nicole Stewart, a sophomore from WashU. Audrey Johnson, a sophomore from Emory. Jasmine Wright, a freshman from WashU, and rounding out the field in the 200 dash finals, Gabri Machino, the junior from University of Chicago, will be out there in lane 8. So look for that final tomorrow. Definitely lots of exciting things to look for. Samantha Giordani and Lauren Gay, especially. Though, of course, we still want to see if Audrey Johnson has anything to say about her wind-dated seat time as she goes against Nicole Stewart again in the final. Coming up now, we've got our first track final of the afternoon here. It's the women's 3,000-meter steeplechase. In this final, we've got 7 athletes, led off by Nora Chizaka, a sophomore from Carnegie Mellon, Julia Patterson, a sophomore from Washington University, Caitlin Jorgensen, a junior from the University of Chicago, Abigail Patterson, a sophomore from Washington University, Lily Jasminski, a junior at UChicago, Kyra Aw, a sophomore at Brandeis, and finally Savi Halshalter, a sophomore at Emory. Now, among these athletes, Julia Patterson has the fastest seed time coming in. I believe she's at 11:01. Caitlin Jorgensen, who won this event last year, is seeded at 11:07. That was the time she ran earlier this year and is her PR. So it'll be interesting to see Julia Patterson and Caitlin Jorgensen go head-to-head in this event, though don't count out Julia Patterson's, I guess, twin sister probably, Abigail Patterson, who's also a sophomore at WashU, who's seeded at 11:08. So those three athletes, Julia Patterson, Abigail Patterson, and Caitlin Jorgensen, will try to battle it out over this 3,000-meter steeplechase here.
Yeah, we have the two Patterson sisters from WashU versus Caitlin Jorgensen of UChicago. See if maybe the sister connection can give them any help in this hard 3,000-meter steeplechase.
Yeah, it looks like there will be not only some team tactics, but some sibling tactics as well. So looking forward to seeing how that plays out.
Expect some sibling competition as well. Anyone with any siblings that are close to your age will know do the same sport. You want to beat your sibling probably as much as any other competitor. So
yeah, hopefully they don't shoot their team in the foot though in the midst of their sibling rivalry. But we'll have to keep a good eye on that. The 3,000-meter steeplechase here at the Ted Hayden track is a little bit maybe different than some of the steeplechases that you see in the past. Most of the time, the steeplechase has a water jump that cuts on the inside of the second turn on the straightaway. So out here where the camera is pointing, there's a bleacher there instead. And you'll notice that the water jump is actually on the outside of the track there, where we got lots of UChicago athletes and alum lining up to cheer for Caitlin Jorgensen and Lily Jasminski in this race. That throws off the start line a little bit, though, like normal, the athletes will finish at the natural finish line in this event. So look out for that kind of not standard water jump placement, but it's still 3,000 meters, I swear. Though I guess I haven't measured it myself. Maybe I'll just trust Coach Hall on this one and tell you it's 3,000 meters. But I have to say, I think the decision by a lot of those UChicago alum to stand up by the water jump might be a little bit silly, given that it's still 43 degrees. That water's just as cold for the athletes who are running the event as it is for the people who are getting splashed on there in the splash zone. So we'll hope they stay dry, and at least we know that they can head into one of these, the bathroom or the locker rooms here by the Ted Hayden track and dry off and stay warm.
yeah. How do you think this unique placement of the pit affects these runners?
Well, I think it might be an advantage for the two UChicago athletes who are used to doing their 400 water jumps over hurdles and stuff like that at the track here. Just a little bit more used to moving outside instead of inside for that water jump. So maybe they'll get some sort of advantage there, though we will see.
Maybe some home court advantage for Caitlin Jorgensen as she tries to take on the Patterson sisters.
Yeah, especially with all of those UChicago fans out there by the water jump, yelling her on.
And let's not forget the other competitors as well, because it seems that every runner in this field will be scoring points for their team.
That's right. Whoever was, looks like the 5th seed in this event decided not to enter. I don't know who it was, but the 5th seed in the UAA had at least one free point they decided not to go for. But the 7 athletes in this field will seek to get as many points for their team as they can, and already we can see the Patterson twins forming up right there in front.
And do we know which one is Julia and which one is Abigail?
No, I have no idea.
No way of knowing?
Yeah,
right, well,
I probably should have paid attention to the start. I guess maybe the one on the inside is probably Julia, since she was started in lane 1.
Yeah, let's go with that.
So we'll try to keep you up to date on the lap counter. They've got 6 laps to go after they cross that starting line. They just went over their first hurdle. As we expected already, it's the Patterson twins with their sibling rivalry, but their team tactics, and Caitlin Jorgensen up there in 3rd right now as they make their way through the first lap of this 3,000-meter steeplechase final.
I think the goal in this early stages will just be to stay as relaxed as possible, gear up for that closing kick.
Yeah, just like the 400 hurdles, the hurdles get bigger as the race goes on. The same is certainly true for the steeplechase. Definitely want to be running hard to make sure you're maximizing your point scoring opportunity, but at the same time, you don't want to shoot yourself in the foot by going out too hard and then struggling over those last few hurdles. So definitely lots of mind games going on as the athletes make their way to the first water jump. All 3 athletes through cleanly, and then next 3.
That's Lily Jasminski in 4th for University of Chicago.
She's looking to pick up a few spots and score some big points for the Maroons here.
It's very interesting how they take that wide water jump and have to be in lane 4 and 5 as they come into the home stretch.
Looks like I think that's Abigail Patterson giving Julia a little bit of space there before they bunch right back up. Across the line, they got 6 laps to go. And then we've got Savvy Haushalter from Emory there in 4th place right now, followed by Lily Jasminski and Nora Chazak. I'm sorry, Nora. That's all. Sorry about that.
Nora C. from Carnegie Mellon. And then Savvy Haushalter has the 4th fastest seed time in this field, 11:41. So she'll be looking to get 4th or better.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of no man's land on either side of her. Abigail Patterson's the preceding seed time at 11:08. Savi Haushalter is at 11:41, and then Lily Jasminski, who's immediately after Savi on the seed list, is at a 12:22. So we'll see if Savi Haushalter decides to go for it and with the big pack, or kind of do more what she's doing right now, which is stay relaxed, stay within herself, and try to secure that 4th place finish.
It'll be interesting to see if this pack of 3 up front breaks up at all over the course of the next couple laps, or whether they just stay together and wait for that final lap or 2.
Yeah, it definitely seems like Caitlin Jorgensen is happy to let the Pattersons block the wind here, just slotting right behind. I still think it's Julia, though I guess I don't know. But definitely content to let the WashU runners do the work here.
I think maybe it is Julia, especially given she has the fastest seed time, so you would think that she would be leading this race.
Yeah, that's a good point. 5 laps to go coming up here as they cross the line. Savi Haushalter still in 4th, Lily Jasminski in 5th, and then Nora C. from Carnegie rounding out the top 6 here in the women's steeplechase final. Looks like Caitlin Jorgensen has moved into 2nd, and over that hurdle has created a little bit of separation between herself and the second Patterson twin, Abigail. So it looks like Julia Patterson and Caitlin Jorgensen had a little bit of ground there, though Abigail's looking to eat that right back up. So got new order right now is Julia Patterson, Caitlin Jorgensen, Abigail Patterson, Savi Haushalter, Lily Jasminski, and then Nora C.
This is definitely a very pivotal part of the race right here as the athletes start to spread out more.
Yeah, I think it's especially for Abigail Patterson, who has to decide if she's going to expend the energy to catch back up to Caitlin and Julia, or if she's going to just try to secure that 3rd place finish. Definitely a tough decision for her at this point as they approach the 3rd water jump. The top 3 through cleanly. Still Julia Patterson, Caitlin Jorgensen, and Abigail Patterson. Lily Jasminski hot on the heels of Savi Haushalter. Those are in 4th and 5th. And Nora C. is hanging on to the back of Jasminski there in 6th. And Abigail Patterson still looks relaxed in 3rd, but that's definitely a gap growing there between Caitlin Jorgensen and Abigail Patterson. So we'll see what she decides to do here with 4 laps to go. Definitely a little bit of daylight there between Julia Patterson, Caitlin Jorgensen, and the rest of the field.
Caitlin Jorgensen definitely having to fight a little bit to keep up with Julia Patterson here. She's running strong.
Yeah, definitely. It looked like there was a little bit of separation there for a second before that first hurdle of this 4th lap. So Caitlin Jorgensen definitely working to stay in contact, trying to make Julia do all of the work and kick past her on the last few laps. So we'll see if she can execute that game plan. Definitely sticking right on Julia's shoulder here is Caitlin Jorgensen.
Maybe we can get a few splits here as they come around. See what kind of pace they're running. is the fourth of how many laps?
They'll have three to go, I guess, after this one. So maybe that was the fifth lap. It's tough to tell with the steeplechase. Never quite keep track, but still Julia Patterson, Caitlin Jorgensen, Abigail Patterson here in the women's steeplechase final. Savi Haushalter from Emory is in fourth. Lily Jasminski from UChicago is in fifth. And that rounding out the field, or the top six, I mean, is Nora C. from Carnegie. Also competing, we've got Kyra Au from Brandeis, who's hanging on to a seventh and point-scoring position right now.
So
3 laps to go.
3 laps to go here, and if it stays as it is right now, we'll have Julia Patterson scoring 10 points, Caitlin Jorgensen scoring 8 points, Abigail Patterson with 6 points, then 5 points for the fifth place runner, 4 points, and then 3 and 2. So these are big points for the team battle.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see Abigail Patterson decide not to go with that lead pack. I mean, there's definitely a gap growing, but it's growing slowly. But at the same time, she's got plenty of daylight back to Savi Haushalter, the Emory runner, in fourth. So it seems like that was a smart tactical decision for her. Didn't want to blow up and just wanted to secure those 6 points for her team. But it's getting serious now. We got coming up on
So K to go here.
yeah, there's three more water jumps for these athletes. Caitlin Jorgensen, Julia Patterson, UChicago, Wash U, coming up to the water jump here.
And this is mirroring the team battle that we expect for this meet. It'll be UChicago versus Wash U.
That's right. Coming into this meet, Wash U is ranked the third team in NCAA D3. UChicago is seeded fourth, so very, very, very close and very high-powered teams on the women's side here for Wash U and UChicago. Every point matters here. Caitlin Jorgensen's definitely got a lot of teammates telling her as much as she's coming around with 2 laps to go, right on the heels of Julia Patterson. Abigail Patterson strongly in third place. Savi Haushalter's got fourth locked down, barring disaster. And Lily Jasminski is out in fifth, though it looks like Nora C. from Carnegie is making up a little bit of ground there. So definitely something to watch. Again, all of these athletes will score points for their team, so definitely keep an eye on those places as well.
And no moves made up front yet.
Yeah, Caitlin Jorgensen content to sit and wait even at this stage of the race. Just let Julia Patterson do as much work as possible, save her move for as late as possible. Caitlin Jorgensen definitely got her eye on defending her steeplechase title from the outdoor meet last year. So we'll see what trick she's got up those arm sleeves as we enter 600 meters to go.
We will see.
Looks like there's a little bit of daylight there between Julia and Caitlin, though Caitlin's working hard to make it back up.
Yeah, as they go over the barriers, a tiny gap will open up, and then Caitlin Jorgensen will close it again between the barriers. Second to last water jump here.
Both athletes clear it. Caitlin Jorgensen striving to stay after and stay right on Julia Patterson as they enter the straightaway for the penultimate time. Abigail Patterson cleared the water jump and is solidly in third still. Savi Haushalter's coming up to it right now. But we got Julia Patterson and Caitlin and Jorgensen in first and second. Looks like Caitlin Jorgensen's going to make a move here with a lap to go. Julia Patterson looked like she was tiring a little bit, and Caitlin Jorgensen takes the lead at the bell.
So we will see if Julia Patterson can respond to this move by Caitlin Jorgensen.
Yeah, Caitlin Jorgensen smelled blood in the water and took it, though maybe not literally in the water. Hopefully all the athletes are bloodless here. But Caitlin Jorgensen kicking hard with 300 to go. Julia Patterson is giving chase, but there's a gap there. We'll see if she can make it up.
Caitlin Jorgensen's got a small gap here. 300 meters to go.
Looks like that gap is widening. Julia Patterson seems to be rocking and rolling a little bit there on the back stretch. Caitlin Jorgensen's powering ahead, putting those arm sleeves to good work.
Got 200 meters to go here in the women's steeplechase. Caitlin Jorgensen.
Well, that was a tough hurdle for Caitlin Jorgensen, but it looks like she's still got the gap on Julia Patterson. This last water jump's going to be critical. Will Caitlin Jorgensen be able to move out of the water jump and sprint home, or will Julia Patterson take the opportunity to catch her? It looks like Caitlin's gaining a little bit of ground, though. It is close.
Yeah, Julia Patterson's still right there. It's going to be a close finish.
Caitlin's coming home strong. She got out of the water jump going around Kyra Awe. Caitlin Jorgensen sprinting for home. One hurdle to go. UAA championship on the line. Julia Patterson's responding.
It's close.
Caitlin Jorgensen, Julia Patterson to the line. Wash U.
Julia
Chicago.
Patterson making the pass here.
Caitlin Jorgensen had a response there, but it's Julia Patterson winning the women's 3K steeple for Wash U.
So that'll be 10 points for her and 8 points for Caitlin Jorgensen.
Here comes Abigail Patterson in third for Wash U, getting that 6 points over the last hurdle and through to the finish. Behind her is Savy Haushalter in fourth, coming up to the last hurdle now. Lily Jasminski's still got about 20 meters on Nora C. from Carnegie, so just needs to clear the last water jump there. Here comes Savy Haushalter for the finish on your screen now. Lily Jasminski cleared the last water jump. Nora C. did as well, but looks like Lily Jasminski's going to hang on to that fifth place finish here. Coming over the last hurdle in just a second. And she's over. Lily Jasminski from UChicago going to secure fifth place, followed by Nora C. from Carnegie Mellon. And Kyra Awe from Brandeis is approaching the last water jump here shortly.
So that'll be 9 points, or sorry, not 9. How many points did UChicago just earn there?
We got second and fifth, so it's 8. I think 13 points for UChicago.
13 points, some good on-air math there from Mark Motter.
Yeah, well, hopefully I'm right.
And Washington University scored 10 points for first and 6 points for third, so that's 16
points. Looks like Kira Awe cleared the last water jump and is coming into the home straight now. Kira Awe from Brandeis is going to score 2 points for her team here. And she's over the last hurdle. Kira Awe from Brandeis finishing up.
Steeplechase is no joke.
That is true. I could never do the steeplechase.
Can't even get over a hurdle.
Yeah, I know. My hips would break. I don't even know where. I don't know enough about my hips to say where they'd break, but something would break.
So what's next?
Well, next we've got the finals of the men's 3,000-meter steeplechase. Got lots of folks in this one. Should be a good battle. Got a few people, 2 people under 9:10 and 4 under 9:15. Should be a good race. Henry, who do we have in this field?
Yeah, so in lane 1, well, not really lanes for this event, but
Place 1, I guess.
place 1,
Hip
we have
number
David Durdaler, a junior from Carnegie Mellon, seed time of 9:11. We have Mason Wong, senior from Washington University. We have Elijah Seck, a senior at Carnegie Mellon. We have Jeff Candell, senior from Washington University. We have Connor Herron, a junior at UChicago. We have Lucas Dia, a sophomore at Brandeis. Jonathan Orlowitz, a sophomore at Emory. Luke Kishna, a sophomore at Case Western. We have Spencer Moore, a senior at Emory. We have Jack Barber, a senior at UChicago. We have Seth Williams, a sophomore at Carnegie Mellon. We have Liam O'Reilly, senior at Case Western. His teammate Anthony Hart, also a senior. And Dashel Janicki, a sophomore at Brandeis. So who should we look out for in this field, Mark?
You know what? Usually I'd tell you based on personal best or season best, but I have to tell you, Connor Herron's probably the athlete that looks most like an Olympic silver medalist in this event, Evan Jager. So I think that's probably going to make him an easy favorite in my book. The blonde hair is definitely flowing. I don't know if he's got the sunglasses out today, but Connor Herron looking like Rio Olympic silver medalist in the men's steeplechase, Evan Jager out there.
I think given the legacy of Evan Jager in U.S. distance running, your hair is a very important factor for steeplechasers.
Yeah, definitely of the events, the lots of style points awarded for the steeplechase, I'm told. But in all seriousness, the top seed coming into this event is Elijah Seck from Carnegie, the senior. He's running 9:03 this season, though you definitely want to keep your eye on Jeff Candell from Washington University, who's only run 9:11 this year. I say only, but that time is definitely a little bit below his full potential. So we'll see Jeff Candell and also the other two that have gone under 9:15 are David Durdaler from Carnegie. He's a junior and he's run 9:11. And then the second fastest time in the field is from Spencer Moore, the senior from Emory, who's run 9:06. So this should be an interesting event to see how the tactics play out and the groups break up, who decides to go with the fast pace, probably led by Elijah Seck and Spencer Moore. And it'll be interesting to see which athletes decide to run their own race and try to get those 3,000 meters steeplechase steps. So we'll see how points for their team, which, unlike the women's race, are not guaranteed in this one. We've got 14 athletes, and the top 8 will score in this men's 3,000 meter steeplechase final.
We have 4 athletes near the 9-minute mark for their season's best. That's Spencer Moore from Emory, Jeff Candell from Wash U, Elijah Seck from Carnegie Mellon, and David Durdeler from Carnegie Mellon.
Though another person to keep your eye on is Jack Barber. Jack is coming back for a graduate degree here at UChicago. He ran here as an undergrad, qualified for nationals his senior year. Definitely an intriguing athlete, lots of endurance, but maybe not the person you'd pick to win a 400. So we'll see what his tactics are. Definitely like rooting for Jack. He's a fun athlete to watch and a great guy. So rooting for him here.
Yeah, he took a year off after his senior year at UChicago and then came back.
Yeah, I heard he trained the whole time. He was training hard in that year off. That's what I heard. Looks like the athlete just inside Jack. I guess I don't really know what the order is. Maybe it's Spencer Moore from Emory. He's got the gloves on. A couple other athletes do as well. Want to keep those fingers warm. Hopefully they avoid the splash, but you never know.
It'll be interesting to see if the gloves come off over the course of this race.
Yeah, literally or figuratively. We'll see how it plays out. Looks like the sun's coming out here. Hopefully that'll keep the athletes warm as they go through these water jumps.
For me, this was always the hardest part of the race here, just standing at the start line, waiting to go.
Definitely. It's tough to tell if those are cold shivers or nerve shivers when you're standing out there waiting, especially some of these athletes who decided to skip the arm sleeves and the gloves for this event. Here we go. Gun is up.
Yeah, Jack Barber looking very cold right now, I have to say.
Certainly. And they're off. It's a busy field out here today. Luckily, they get a little bit of time to settle in before they have to go over the first hurdle. Jack Barber, though, taking it out. Not one to mess around is Jack Barber.
Jack Barber is not scared of this field.
No, not at all. He's all serious.
It can be an advantage running up front in the steeplechase because you have a less crowded environment when you're getting over those steeples.
Yeah, definitely. In slower and more tactical races, you want to be careful to not get clipped or clip someone in front of you. Though it looks like all athletes safely cleared the first hurdle. It looks like Jack and a runner from Carnegie are up there. That might be Elijah Seck, though. I don't know. Tough to see. But looks like the Carnegie runner and Jack Barber are out in first, and Spencer Moore and some of the other heavy hitters in this field are forming a second pack. Connor Herron, the Evan Jager of the UAA, is there behind that second pack, kind of floating in the middle there, and the rest of the field's behind him. But it's still looking like Elijah Seck out there in first, followed by Jack Barber. Definitely not a surprise to see Elijah Seck out front right now. A little bit surprised to see Jack, though I'm sure he knows what he's doing.
He's a very experienced runner.
That's right. Grad student. Done a lot of these ones. So see if he can use that home field advantage to his advantage here in the 3,000 meter steeplechase.
Spencer Moore in fourth from Emory.
Definitely rocking the gloves, Wesley Kiptoo style. Don't think Wesley Kiptoo ever ran a steeple, so maybe we can call Spencer Moore the Wesley Kiptoo of the 3,000 meter steeplechase. Across there, 5 laps to go. Jack Barber's putting up a healthy lead. We'll see how long he can hang on to that one. Elijah Seck got a little bit of daylight, though, out in front. If I was a Spencer Moore or a David Durdeler or Jeff Candell, one of those athletes who are seated high but a little bit behind Elijah there, how do I feel about him getting such a big lead right now? Is that a smart tactical move from them, or are they just kind of letting him get away?
No, I'm not sure. That's an interesting question. I think a lot of times when you see runners go out hard like this, the pack will just eat them up at the end of the race. Being able to run together and progress throughout the race, feeling better at the end. But Elijah Seck does have the fastest seed time in this field, so he is certainly capable of just running away.
Yeah, so it's definitely interesting to see Spencer Moore and David Durdeler, who I think are in fourth and third respectively right now, just kind of let that gap grow, though it seems they might be reeling Jack Barber, who's in second, and Elijah Sek in a little bit here. So we cross with 5 laps to go. It's like 2:53 or so for Elijah Sek.
So
Rest of the field coming in around 2:55.
in that first chase pack behind Barber, we have Moore, Dirtler, Candell, and
Must be Anthony Hart, I think, from Case Western.
Anthony Hart.
Yeah. So that's the top 6. It's Sek, Barber, Moore, Dirtler, Hart, Candell, and then it looks like rounding out the top 8, we've got maybe that's Mason Wong. I can't quite tell from Wash U. And then the Evan Jager of D3 steeplechase, Connor Heron out there in 8th.
Connor Heron maintaining position to score 1 point in 8th place, although he's just past there. He's going to need to buckle down.
Yeah, it looks like that was Jonathan Orlitz, the sophomore from Emory University.
Elijah Sek out of the water jump. Jack Barber running well above his seed here. You love to see that.
Yeah, definitely some bold running here. He's got the big dogs behind him. We'll see if he can keep them from nipping at his heels here, but definitely strong running from Jack, putting himself in a good position running this race in a way that suits his style. So love to see that from Jack coming through with 4 laps to go, like 4:10 for Elijah Sek and 4:12 for Jack Barber. One thing that I was noting when I was looking at this field is the amount of experience that especially the athletes with the fastest seed times have. Seeds 1 through 9 in this event are juniors or older, so juniors or seniors or grad students.
Wow.
And the bottom 5 are all sophomores. So definitely some open room going to be coming through in the steeplechase here in the coming years. Lots of people graduating. So it'll be interesting to see maybe who wins the battle within the battle and becomes the fastest non-upperclassman to score in this event. But still coming up to the water jump, we got Elijah Sek, Jack Barber, Spencer Moore, David Dirtler, Anthony Hart, and Jeff Candell in the top 6. Looks like Mason Wong from Wash U and Jonathan Orlitz from Emory round out the top 8. Connor Heron is in 9th.
Jeff Candell with a strong move out of the water jump there.
Oh, it looks like one of the athletes might have fallen there. Looks like Spencer Moore from Emory took a spill in the water jump. Hope he's okay. Yeah, he's off on the side of the track. I didn't see it happen, but
a tangle up between Jeff Candell and Spencer Moore there.
yeah, I hope Spencer Moore is okay. Looks like he hurt his knee, rolled his knee or something, or his ankle. But that certainly shakes up things. Hope he's okay.
Yeah.
That's tough to see from Spencer Moore. But Elijah Sek, Jack Barber, Jeff Candell, David Dirtler, and Anthony Hart are your top 5 right now. Jack Barber's been in no man's land this whole race, but has kept about the same distance between himself and Elijah in front of him and then the chase pack behind him. So we'll be curious to see if he can hang on here. A little hometown magic for the grad student Jack Barber here in this event.
He's actually making up some ground here on Elijah Sek.
Yeah, maybe Elijah Sek's going to sleep there a little bit. We'll see what happens. Still looks like Spencer Moore's getting some treatment there over on the water jump, or by the water jump. Hope he's okay again, as we said. But here comes Elijah Sek through the water jump. That'll be the...
And should this pack of 3, this chase pack, catch up, it'll be interesting to see how Jack Barber and Elijah Sek react.
Yeah, definitely think Jack's probably been preparing for this pack to go by him, though I imagine he expected it would happen a little bit earlier than this. So we'll see if he's saving a gear to go with them as they pull up next to Jack Barber here with 2 laps to go. Elijah Sek crossing the line, 6:47. Jack Barber, 6:49. Jeff Candell, David Dirtler have made up the ground on Jack Barber and are going around the turn. Anthony Hart trying to hang on. Elijah Sek still comfortably in the lead, and Jack Barber actually gaining some ground over those hurdles. We'll see how the flat running treats him, but definitely some strong running there from Jack Barber.
Jeff Candell here making the pass around Jack Barber, it looks like, or at least getting up onto his shoulder.
Yeah, Jack is still hanging on there despite that chase back. Let's see if Jeff Candell can make the pass here. Looks like he will. David Dirtler also going around. Hopefully Jack can respond to that. Just use they can break the wind a little bit.
So we almost have a pack of 4 now up front.
Yeah, Jeff Candell is making some ground up on Elijah Sek too as they come up to the penultimate water jump.
Jeff Candell looking very strong.
Yeah, Elijah Sek might have gone a little bit too early, got fooled a little bit by Jack Barber's early move there.
So how will Sek react here to being passed?
Yeah, it looks like they're still tending to Spencer Moore. Continue to hope he's okay. But Jack Barber is even caught up to Elijah Sek now. Looks like he did a good job of responding to Jeff Kandel and David Durdaller as they went past him. We got it coming up to a lap to go. It's 8:02 on the clock as they approach the line. Jeff Kandel, David Durdaller, Elijah Sek, Jack Barber, Anthony Hart. Looks like Jonathan Orlitz is in 6th, Mason Wong in 7th, and we got a Case Western Reserve runner in 8th. But it's Jeff Kandel, David Durdaller, Elijah Sek, Jack Barber. Those seem to be your top 4 pulling away.
Pretty much evenly spaced here as they come into the back stretch with 1 lap to go, 300 meters to be exact.
We'll see if Jeff Kandel can back that early move or if David Durdaller's got the patience to take him down here with 250 to go.
Durdaller looks pretty fresh here. I think he's making up some ground.
Yeah, and I think even Jack's making some ground up on Elijah Sek there. We'll see if he can get him. Jack Barber is not known for his kick, but I heard he ran a 1500 last week to test that out and get that ready. So Jack Barber making up some ground on Elijah Sek, fighting for 3rd here.
Durdaller pulling right behind Kandel here.
Yeah, Kandel is over the water jump. Durdaller's right after him, so is Sek and Barber, but
they're starting to sprint.
It's Kandel and Durdaller. Is Kandel going to be able to hold them off?
Kandel with a small
last
lead into
jump.
The final hurdle.
Oh, it looks like Kandel's going to take it. Sek and Barber. Barber's chasing down Sek. Look at him go. Jack Barber. Jack Barber to get 3rd.
Jack Barber.
Let's go, Jack Barber. Come on with the fist pump. Let's go. Elijah Sek in 4th. Anthony Hart coming home in 5th. Looks like we got Jonathan Orlitz from Emory in 6th. Mason Wong in 7th. Then we got Evan Jager of D3. Connor Herron versus the Case runner here.
Battle here.
For a point. Who's going to get it? Looks like Connor Herron's going to power home and get that point. Let's go, Connor Herron.
I think the energy of these home crowds is fueling the UChicago runners down the home stretch.
Definitely saw some Evan Jager in that finish there from Connor Herron. So love to see that. Got a Brandeis runner coming home for Case Western Reserve runner.
What a strong run by Jack Barber, though.
That was amazing from Jack. I think just the courage to like bet yourself and go out that hard after such I guess not a disappointing season so far for Jack, but definitely not one that's up to his high standards. So cool to see him just have that confidence in himself to go after Elijah Sek despite that gap.
And of course, a shout out to our winner Jeff Kandel.
Yeah, from Washington University. Didn't come in with the fastest seed time, but I have to say I'm not so surprised that Jeff Kandel is walking away with the 3,000-meter steeplechase UAA.
Yeah, he's been a solid performer on the UAA for years now. So.
Yeah, Jeff Kandel's PR in the steeplechase from a prior year was 9:04, and he's definitely had some experience in championship meets. He was on there. Wash U's 6th place DMR in the indoor championship. He won the UAA conference championship in the DMR, as well as placed 2nd in the 3K indoors.
Who won that indoor meet, the indoor 3K?
The indoor 3K was won by Joseph Jaster, who we'll see a little bit later tonight in the men's 10K. Joseph Jaster is a senior from Case Western University, so we will see how Joseph Jaster does later today. But Jeff Kandel, who placed 2nd in the indoor 3K, comes home with a UAA conference championship. Congratulations to him on a great run and a tactically sound run. That was fun to watch.
Yeah.
So we have results for the men's and women's 3,000-meter steeplechase. Looks like in the men's race, like we said, Jeff Kandel, 1st place. Looks like we were incorrect, though, between the 2 Carnegie runners. It was actually Elijah Sek who came in 2nd, and David Durdaller, who was out there leading for most of the race. So apologies to the Seks and the Durdallers for.
Just a shout out to Durdaller, though, for that brave run.
Yeah,
going
certainly.
out in 1st.
Yeah, especially knowing that there's some big dogs on his heels. But yeah, still, I'm still reeling from that kick from Jack Barber. That was incredible stuff. Coming home to get all UAA there, score some big points for his team. So again, it was Kandel, Sek, Barber, and Durdaller Anthony Hart, the senior from Case Western, comes home in 5th. Jonathan Orlitz from Emory in 6th. Mason Wong from WashU in 7th. And Connor Herron, the Evan Jager of D3 running, comes home in 8th. Just an update on your team scores on the men's side. University of Chicago is currently just edging out Carnegie Mellon. UChicago has 42 points and Carnegie has 41. Emory is sitting in 3rd with 33 points. WashU's in 4th with 28. Brandeis is in 5th with 8 points, and Case Western Reserve is in 6th place with 4 points. I did promise the results from the women's steeplechase, but for whatever reason those have not updated quite yet. Looks like, though, it was again Julia Patterson from WashU, then Caitlin Jorgensen from University of Chicago, Abigail Patterson from WashU, followed by Savvy Haushalter of Emory, Lily Jasminski of the University of Chicago, Nora C. from Carnegie Mellon University, and Kyra Ah from Brandeis, all scoring points for their team in the women's steeplechase. Still a little bit concerned for Spencer Moore, who's still out on the track there. He's still getting treatment. I hope he's okay. I personally did not see exactly what happened, but it looked like he rolled his knee or his ankle or something.
Yeah, there was a trip coming out of the water jump.
Yeah, ankle. Yeah, okay. So I'm being told it was his ankle. So okay. And it looks not quite sure what the situation is, but hoping he's okay. But definitely a pause in the meet here for Spencer Moore. Just an update on Spencer Moore's injury. It looks like we're probably going to get some paramedics here, so the meet is delayed until he can get moved off the track. Hoping, again, he is okay. We are right next to the University of Chicago Hospital, so hopefully some paramedics will be here shortly to make sure everything is all right. Looks like they're moving Spencer Moore off the track. I think there is an ambulance here to take him to the hospital right nearby, but looks like he's alert and he's moving his head around, so it seems to be okay even if his leg is hurt. So hopefully everything is all right there. Definitely wishing our thoughts with Spencer Moore. Hopefully wishing you a speedy recovery. All right, so coming up next after this delay is over, we've got the women's 4x8 relay. The record in this event is 9 minutes, 0.06 seconds. And, last year by Washington University, the Hayden track facility record is a 9:18. We've got all 7 teams here in this event. Caitlin, who's lining up for the various teams here?
So in position 1, we have Carnegie Mellon. That's a team of Ceballos, Lannon, Healy, Tumalpally. Position 2, Chicago, Kelly, Wimmer, and Holmes. Position 3, Case Western, Sarno, Globakar, Jackson, and Iagnema. Position 4, Wash U, Schultz, Ott, Teixeira da Silva, and Kelly. Different Emma Kelly that is also on the Chicago team. Here they go. Position 5 is Emory. Position 6, we got Brandeis. Position 7, NYU. So full field out here. None of them have times posted so far this season. 4x8 a little bit less common of an event in the spring, but we love to see it out here at the UAA meet.
Yeah, what's the strategy here? Since do you run an 800 any differently when you're on a relay versus when you're in an individual event, Caitlin, or is it pretty much same distance, same tactics?
I think it ends up depending on where you are as a team. If you're behind where you want to be, sometimes I think a relay is the time to kind of leave it all out there and go for it. That's always been the case with the 800, is go out fast and see what you can hold on to. But especially in the relay, I think you owe it to your team to try it. You know, better to make an aggressive mistake in this event, I feel.
Yeah, I think that's true. And right now we've got the runner from Wash U. That looks like Danielle Schultz, followed by the U Chicago Emma Kelly. Again, no relation to the Wash U Emma Kelly. So Wash U and U Chicago going through 1-2. It looks like rest of the field not quite so willing to go with that pace, though. It looks like the runner from Carnegie, which is like Kristen Ceballos, is trying to make up that gap on UChicago's Emma Kelly. You got Emory sitting in 4th place, followed by Case Western, NYU, and then Brandeis in 7th. But that is Wash U's Danielle Schultz pulling away from UChicago's Emma Kelly down the backstretch. We got 600 to go. Looking like NYU moving into 3rd place. NYU got 3rd in the DMR indoor, so seeing if they can repeat that feat in the distance relay here at the outdoor championships. But Danielle Schultz really turning on the Jets here, coming into the final stretch. Emma Kelly going to try to hang on to 2nd place there, as she's got NYU's Amanita Johnson coming on her heels, along with Emory's Madison Tiafi. But Danielle Schultz for Wash U coming into the first exchange.
Even Case Western also moving up with that pack. There's 4 pretty tight there in the chase pack.
Emma Kelly hands off to her sister Maddie Kelly in 2nd. Emory, the handoff is between Madison Tiafi and Michelle Mitaz. And it looks like our order is Wash U with a commanding lead. Wash U's Emily Lannon is out there in first right now. And then Maddie Kelly from University of Chicago. We've got Emory, Case Western, NYU, Carnegie, Brandeis.
Caitlin, what's going through your head right now if you're Maddie Kelly with this big gap up to Wash U?
I think you got to try to get out hard, as Maddie always does. I know.
Yeah.
But that's a hard lead to make up for, and so I don't think you have to hold yourself to doing it all at once. I think for all 3 of those teams, you're just trying to put a gap between you and the other teams in the chase pack, and hope to put your team in a better position, hand off the stick in a better position than you got it. That's always the goal.
Yeah, Maddie Kelly is definitely UChicago's strongest 800 runner this year, so we'll see if she tries to take some risks here and bet on herself. She's definitely putting the gap on Emory and Case Western, but it's still Emily Lannon that's the Carnegie athlete. It's Lindsay Ott from Washington University, followed by Maddie Kelly here going in with 100 to go. Coming up to the next exchange for Wash U, we've got down Helena Teixeira da Silva. For UChicago, it's Kat Wimmer. For Emory University, it's Shauna Fitzmaurice. For Case Western Reserve, we've got down Grace Jackson. Carnegie Mellon is Margaret Ann Healy. NYU and Brandeis rounding out the top 7. But looks like Maddie Kelly making a storming run up on the Wash U runner. It looks like she decided to make up that whole gap in the last 200 meters and maybe add an own gap of her own.
Maddie Kelly making up around 50 meters, I would think, on this leg. Wow.
And she's going to open it up on her. Look at that.
Yeah, Maddie Kelly with a huge leg for the Maroons, running down Lindsay Ott, putting on a 10-meter gap of her own, handing off to Kat Wimmer here in first place.
And now we'll see how Kat Wimmer versus Helena Teixeira da Silva.
That was
making it a race again.
A sick, nasty leg for Maddie Kelly there. Just what we expected.
I mean, just a huge gap that she made up there.
I'd be curious to see what the splits are on that one for Maddie Kelly. I bet it's low 210s.
Definitely.
But Kat Wimmer looking to preserve the lead in front of Margaret Ann Healy from Wash U. We'll see what Kat can do on this leg.
That's actually Helena Teixeira da Silva from Wash
I
U.
keep reading Carnegie. The Carnegie athletes keep popping up instead of the Wash U ones.
Yeah, and sitting in third here, we have, I think, Brandeis ahead and then Emory.
I think that's Case Western Reserve,
Case
actually.
Western, yes.
Yeah, we're all over the place. Grace
Emory,
Jackson.
NYU, Carnegie, and then Brandeis rounding out the 7.
Kat Wimmer maintaining this lead so far.
If you're Kat right now, Henry, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking I just got to get out hard, but stay relaxed. Give it everything I have this last lap.
Yeah, her name may be Kat, but she's got that dog in her. And she's coming up with 400 meters to go, looking strong and relaxed. Keeping the gap on Helena Teixeira da Silva from Wash U, but we've seen gaps like this before. We'll see if Kat can. It looks like she's even opening up that gap right now. There's lots of daylight between UChicago and Wash U, the 2 middle distance titans here in the UAA women's distance side.
This race mirroring the team battle as well that we expect to see this weekend. UChicago versus Washington University.
Yeah, Kat Vimmer is really opening it up here. Still staying relaxed. Got 200 meters to go. Can she hold off Wash U in this last 200? Looks like Kat's going to be handing off to freshman Nora Holmes from UChicago. Nora, though a freshman, has had some serious experience already in her career. She was part of the UChicago's second place DMR finish at the indoor championship meet this past year. But Kat
Wimmer.
She is powering down the home stretch, not giving up an inch to Wash U. She is.
Wow.
Yeah. Let's
this is
go,
a big
Kat.
Big gap here. But Wash U does
handing
have
off to
Emma
Nora.
Kelly on the anchor.
We'll see how much time is between these two. Looks like there's about 4 seconds that Nora's got on Emma Kelly. So we'll see if the freshman can hold off the number, I think number 3 all time in the 800, Emma Kelly, who's run a 2:06, which is just kind of unfathomable. So we'll see what Emma Kelly's strategy here is to see if she can do anything on this gap up to Nora Holmes here for UChicago.
Yeah, you
But-
both mentioned the DMR, which typically predicts pretty good success in the 4x8, the winter DMR, and I know it is the long-standing opinion of Coach Hall of UChicago that the 4x8 should be in the outdoor NCAA meet. That has not yet happened, but they are still trying their best to make it the case at the UAAs, and it's exciting every year.
Love seeing Maddie Kelly run to the side to cheer on Nora here.
Here we go, heading into the 400.
Still look, Nora's got about a 20-meter gap on Emma Kelly. We'll see how Emma responds to that gap here. Looks like she's already making up some ground, but here we go. Lap to go. Women's 4x8 finals. We got UChicago followed by Wash U and Emma Kelly. We'll see what happens.
Emma Kelly making up this gap. Can Nora Holmes hold her off?
Right.
Just an update on the rest of the field. Also, we've got Case in 3rd, Emory in 4th, Carnegie in 5th, and NYU in 6th.
As Emma Kelly makes the pass there.
Looks like Nora doesn't have a response, and Emma Kelly is going to take this one. It was a back-and-forth battle between UChicago and Wash U, but it was always going to be tough. I think DMR might be closer to an even fight, but with the number 2 and number 3 in the country in the 800, Wash U is going to be hard to deal with. Their whole squad probably benefits from having Emma Kelly and Effie Dunn on their team. So definitely was a tall task, but looks like Emma Kelly's going to take the victory here.
Yeah, it's a tough task to get the baton there with Emma Kelly behind you for the freshman Nora Holmes.
Yeah, certainly.
They'll still take second about 100 meters or more ahead of third place Case Western.
Yeah, this is a great
Spread out.
showing from both teams. Lots of great athletes on display. Got Emma Kelly crossing the line in first place, followed by Nora Holmes of UChicago, bringing the Maroons home to second. Got Lauren Iagmena from Case Western Reserve coming home now for Case Western. They're going to get third. Emory is solidly in 4th. Lucy Hansen bringing home the stick for the Eagles there. The Tartans of Carnegie Mellon are coming around the home stretch now. That's Kavaya Tumal-Pali, followed by NYU's Sophie Carismo. So great job to all of those athletes. 4x8 is no joke, but great to see all of those athletes giving it their all.
The sun peeking out here just for the end of the 4x8.
Love to see it. And it's Brandeis's Kayla DiBendento coming home for the judges. Well, that was an exciting race up there, Henry and Caitlin. What do you think about the tactics in that race and where the athletes were ordered? Did you do anything in hindsight, or was that probably the best strategy for both teams between UChicago and Wash U?
What do you think, Caitlin?
I'm not sure. I think UChicago went a different route slightly than Wash U, putting probably our strongest runner there on the second leg.
Right.
With Maddie Kelly. I think she's always a strong choice for the anchor because she doesn't let much go by her. But I think to keep her in the race, to keep the other athletes in the race, that might have been the choice they had to make. So Wash U, of course, putting their strongest runner of that relay on the anchor and giving them a solid way to come back.
Right. Yeah. Definitely is a tough choice to make. But I think that's a good point. That keeping the the rest of the athletes in the race, was important to have Maddie Kelly there on the second leg. And it's always going to be a tall task to beat Wash U there, but I think you got to do what you got to do. You got to try it, and I think it came home with the second place, so it worked out well. But coming up now for the men's 4x8, the UAA record was set back in 2016 by Wash U. It was a 7:34. What is that? That's like it's almost a 153 average, something like that.
Yep.
And then the facility record here is 746, set in 2017, also by Washington University at the last time the UAA championships were held here at the Hayden track. So that's definitely on notice today. Lots of teams have been tearing it up. We got lots of people coming back from the 800 prelims. We already loosened those legs up. Lots of more athletes who are fresh. So this is who we got. We got Carnegie Mellon. Their team is Colin McLaughlin, Sean Dutton, Alex Ivanov, and Andrew McGovern. Brandeis is lining up with Wilhelm Golf, Henry Nugent, Taylor Diamond, and Dylan Zhao. NYU's got Alexander Jopek, Jorge Roca, John Diaz, and William Pellick. Case Western has William Delmer, Hans Holst, Joseph Jaster, and Logan Singer. U Chicago's got Jabari Owens, Joe Lemna, Will Shine, and Dan Spellman. Emory's lining up with Dawit Dean, Ben Zamler, Patrick Lotting, and Justin Pecor. And finally, Wash U is lining up with Jackson Cox, Thomas Penny, Frankie Lynch, and Arthur Santoro. So already we're underway. It looks like Jabari Owens from U Chicago is taking the early lead just in front of Emory. Emory's Dawit Dean is coming back. I think he ran the 400 earlier today. But Jabari is slotting into second, and Wash U's Jackson Cox. There you go. Is in third, though. The whole field's all stacked together here still. Looks like Dawit Dean's getting a little bit of space there, though Jabari's still there on the inside. Jackson Cox going around him here with a lap to go. Got Emory, U Chicago, Wash U, Case, Carnegie, and Brandeis here.
And who do we expect to be
Or
up front
NYU.
here at the end?
Definitely Dawit Dean's going to be a tough person to beat, though I'm kind of surprised that Carnegie's Colin McLaughlin's not made his move a little earlier. Looks like Emory's kind of getting away here, so it'll be interesting to see how Colin, who's moving up now, responds to that gap. Jackson Cox, I would normally say would be up there, but I know he's run a couple events already today, or maybe just one. But he's probably feeling the fatigue a little bit as they move here with 200 to go.
The Emory runner looking very strong.
Yeah, Dawit Dean is crushing this field right now. He's probably got a 20-meter lead over the rest of the field. It's Carnegie, Case, Wash U, and U Chicago, followed by Brandeis and NYU a little ways back. But that's Dawit Dean powering home, not letting the lactic stop him at all as he cruises home to hand off the baton in first. But then we got Colin McLaughlin from Carnegie, the Case Western team, Jabari Owens for U Chicago, and Jackson Cox for Wash U. Looks like now for Emory, we've got Ben Zamler. For Carnegie, we've got Sean Dutton. U Chicago's Joe Lemna is in third right now, followed by Wash U and Thomas Penny. So pretty evenly spaced here for the top four. We'll see how it shakes up. But Sean Dutton right now kind of happy to settle into a pace and save it for later, though. It looks like Emory's Ben Zamler is really putting the hurt on the rest of the field right now and not letting up as he's got 500 to go here in the men's 4x8 final.
Is that a
Looks
Case
like
Western
Case moving
runner?
into second.
That's Case Western's Hans Holst passing up Carnegie. He must have come from way back, I think, unless I missed him before. But Joe Lemna, grad student from the University of Chicago, hanging on to fourth place right now,
Joe
right
Lemna.
behind Sean Dutton. Looks like he's moving strong, Joe Lemna. Hopefully he can pick off some of those athletes for the Maroons, hand off in a good position.
Hopefully we see Joe Lemna close strong here with his T-Rex-like arm movement.
That's right. He's got the T-Rex just to reflect the fact that he's our grad student and our team grandpa here at U Chicago. So we'll see if he can put those old legs to good use here as he's coming home with 200 to go. But it's still Emory with about a 25-meter lead on the rest of the field, I'd say. That is Emory's Ben Zamler, I believe.
Here
Joe
comes Joe
Lemna.
Lemna himself around
Joe-
the outside with 200 to go. He might just sneak past Carnegie here. Hard to say. It's going to be
Yeah.
a battle for second between Carnegie, U Chicago,
And they're neck and neck.
Yeah.
and Case Western Reserve.
They're all going for it. Looks like Hans Holst from Case Western might have the advantage, though. Everybody's locked up. Case Western moving into second. Joe Lemna past Sean Dutton to hand off to Tommy Donahoe for the Maroons there in third. So we've got here on the third leg for Emory, it's Patrick Lading. For Case, that is Joseph Jaster, at least according to the entries.
Yep,
and then it's
that's
Alex
Joseph Jaster.
Alex Ivanov from Carnegie and Tommy Donahoe for UChicago. Washington University is in is at fifth right now, followed by NYU and Brandeis.
Joseph Jaster coming down from his usual distances of 3K, 5K here, so we'll see what he can do over the 2-lap distance.
Yeah, it looks like he's definitely got his mind set up on catching Emory there, is Joseph Jaster. But Alex Ivanov, who's just last week ran a 150 Open 800 and qualified for the finals in the 800 prelims today, has got something to say about that. We got Tommy Donahoe in fourth place for the Maroons right now, trying to hang on to that position, holding the baton like a pencil. But I got Alex Ivanov chasing after the Emory team right now, with Joseph Jaster trying to put those long-distance legs in short-distance mode here with 300 to go.
We'll see if Joseph Jaster's strength comes into play here in the last 300.
Yeah, Alex Ivanov definitely looks like he's pulling away, but Alex Ivanov's also running 800 today, and Joseph Jaster's fresh, so maybe that last 200 will give Jaster a chance to catch back up. But it's still Emory with 200 to go.
Ivanov closing the gap a little bit on Emory, trying to give his team a chance to get the conference championship.
And it looks like Wash U has passed UChicago there for fourth place. Tommy Donahoe hanging on for the Maroons. And Frankie Lynch for Wash U moving into fourth place there. But Alex Ivanov coming up on Emory. Ivanov's heaving and hawing, but Emory's rocking and rolling. So we'll see who hands off in first. Definitely the gap is gone.
It's going to be a close race.
Oh, Alex Ivanov needs to get off the track there. But Carnegie and Emory
They're out hard.
They are definitely going for it. That for Emory, that is Justin Pecor, and for Carnegie, that's Andrew McGovern. Andrew McGovern, you would have seen a little earlier, I think, in the 400 hurdles. I think that's right. And then in Case Western, we got Logan Singer on their anchor leg there in third. Wash U's got Arthur Santoro, who's coming back from the 800 prelims on their anchor. Got Dan Spellman for UChicago in fifth, followed by NYU and Brandeis. So going back to the lead, we've got Andrew McGovern of Carnegie Mellon chasing down Justin Pecor from Emory.
So Pecor versus McGovern here with a lap to go. They are neck and neck.
The way Pecor started that lap, I kind of think McGovern's just biding his time there, kind of toying with him a little bit, letting him expend some energy and just kick past him with 200 to go. McGovern looks really smooth there on the outside.
McGovern pulling around him.
Yeah, he's already put the move on. Let's see if Pecor can respond. Looks like there's a little gap forming. Hard to say. Logan Singer moving hard for Case Western.
Yeah, Case Western might be able to get second here.
Yeah, Arthur Santoro for Wash U strongly in fourth, but Andrew McGovern for Carnegie is really pulling away. Justin Pecor in second. And Logan Singer is going to have something to say about Case Western here. I think he's going to move the Trojans there into second place here as he passes Justin Pecor. But right now this is all Carnegie, and it's all Alex McGovern as he comes into the home straight.
A great leg from this Case Western runner, though.
He is moving strong. And Logan Singer, what a great leg from the Case Western Reserve senior there. But it's going to be Carnegie Mellon with Alex McGovern, followed by Logan Singer and Case Western. Justin Pecor is going to bring the Emory Eagles home in third, and Arthur Santoro charging late, but a little too late. We'll put Wash U in fourth. Dan Spellman bringing the Maroons home in fifth place for some well-earned points. And NYU, we've got here in sixth place with William Pellick, freshman getting some UAA experience here. And finally, we got the Brandeis team anchored by Dylan Zhao here for the judges.
Gotta love a relay at the end of the day.
Oh, yeah.
Spectators running back and forth.
Yeah, definitely love to see that. I love seeing in the women's 4x8 with Maddie Kelly running all around the field yelling at the UChicago athletes. Love to see that kind of energy and that camaraderie from a relay.
And
Great.
hope we'll get get all of that for every single lap of the 10K in a couple hours here.
That's right. 10K is packed with excitement, so don't miss it. Tune back in around 7 p.m. Central Time for the women's 10K, and at 7:50 p.m. Central Time for the men's 10K. We got packed fields and exciting storylines there. Lots of people ready to grind it out and outsmart and outrun all the other competitors there. So looking forward to that at the end of the day today. We're waiting for results to populate, but they're not doing so yet. So I was hoping to get a team score update before we sign off. So stay tuned for that in a few minutes, hopefully. But congratulations to all the runners who scored points for their teams in the finals today or qualified for finals tomorrow to score points for their team. And congratulations to all athletes for an exciting first day or first part of day one here at the UAA Conference Championships. Thanks for tuning in. We'll try to get you those team scores as soon as possible. If you're interested in looking at any of the results from today, you can go to timingmd.net to find the live results. If you're having trouble getting to that website, you can go to the UChicago Athletics webpage, which is athletics.uchicago.edu. Click on the track page, and then the 2023 UAA Outdoor Championships tab. There's a live results link on that page. So thanks for tuning in. Hopefully we'll get you those team scores, but if not, we'll see you back for the 10K. Looks like we've got updated team scores for the men at least. So after 5 finals, the scores are as follows. Carnegie Mellon is in first place with 51 points. The UChicago Maroons are in second with 46 points. Emory is in third with 39 points. WashU is sitting in fourth with 33 points. Case Western Reserve University has 12 points. Brandeis is in sixth with 10 points. And NYU rounds out the pack with 3 points. From the first day. That's after 5 events scored on the men's side. So Carnegie, UChicago, Emory, WashU, Case, Brandeis, NYU. Still looking for the women's scores. So just give me just a second.